Yeah, I had no idea. Oh, he does. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So we are live on Algora and YouTube now. And yeah, how's everyone's Sunday doing? Anything fun? Pour some more water. Oh, and I also got some stickers in the mail. Which ones are these? Right, so get cracking for Jira. Right? Like I got a bunch of like get cracking stickers to give out at Render ATL. So that'll be pretty cool. But okay, so the part that we left off on yesterday. Folding 3 loads of laundry. You know what the easier thing is? Just don't fold it. I've got a bin of socks. I've got a bin of t-shirts. I've got a bin of underwear. I do fold the pants. I've got a bin of hoodies. You're doing some yard work? Nice. And yes, so yesterday we refactored from our REST API version of things here to the SDK version of things here, because I believe OpenLLMetry is really just instrumentation for SDKs. So when you think about it that way, it makes a little more sense. So to actually use OpenLLMetry, we needed to use the SDKs. But if we want to continue to do some other stuff with Perplexity and other things that don't have an SDK that is wired up to OpenLLMetry, that's where the magic happens of us doing some REST stuff. And yeah, seeing how that stuff gets reported together with the OpenAI versus Anthropic stuff would be interesting to me. And I'm wondering if there's some way that we can wire up OpenLLMetry to the REST API calls too. That would be kind of like interesting. So I think our next steps for what we're doing right now then is to wire up OpenLLMetry, which I don't think we brought in yet. All right, we finished up yesterday just doing the SDK stuff. So let's get that going. So we got to bring this in. So I don't want to do pnpm dev directly here. We're bringing in OpenAI. We want to do a trace loop init for our app name. I think we can just do that. Yeah, so what I think I want to do is we want to spin that up in the same place that we're doing the trace loop in it and the H in it for highlight. This part here, and hold on. Is their website open source? We'll help them fix that too. I don't think that's the right page. Yeah, this is not the right page. Okay, so do they have the marketing site open source? And if not, then, well, that's on them. Doesn't look like they do. Yep. Nope. So, that's on them. Once again, I think there might be some huge value in some kind of service that actually tries to run code snippets for your documentation sites to make sure that your documentation is actually accurate. Right? Like, this doesn't work either, right? Star as trace loop is not capitalized, so this now no longer works. That should be lowercase. Right? Like, would it even need to run it? Or could it at least just pass it through some type of linter? Because it would have caught that as invalid syntax, and it would have caught an undefined reference. If you could just pass it through some kind of linter. So I think that's the big thing, though, right? You don't necessarily need to run the code, because technically we see all the dependencies right here. So I think it's more like something that you would define, right? And if you don't want to show that bit, it would still probably have to be part of your snippet in some way. So what I'm thinking is it would basically be like a snippet component that gets evaluated at build time. Exactly, Sergeant Pepper, yep. Yeah, Elixir does a very similar thing too. It'll actually run your examples that you have, which is awesome. Yeah, so, what is it? Mix, or whatever the docs is? Yeah, awesome. Hex docs, that's what it is. Yeah. So yeah, Elixir and Rust have really thought about the documentation portion of things pretty well. But that's still, like, only for your source code, and it's only for that thing, rather than being integrated with your marketing site, right? Or your documentation site for many different languages. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking there would be a major use case for that. Like, basically, could you pass it through to Tree Sitter, and could Tree Sitter determine if this is valid syntax or not? Because if you could get Tree Sitter to do that for just any generic snippet, just to validate the syntax and the references, then you're already, like, halfway there, you know? It may not validate if this method is spelled right, but it'll at least validate if that reference is available. It'll at least validate that this syntax is actually correct. Yeah, it's going in the Trello board. So this would be documentation code snippet validator. Right? It wouldn't necessarily be aware of function signatures, right? So the thing that we fixed for highlight yesterday might not be relevant. Right? Might not be catchable. I think the early return could be catchable. Yeah, I do think it would be a product that someone would be willing to pay for. I'm not sure how sticky it would really be, though, right? Because you could basically... Like, my goal would be to open source it, you know? And then once it's open source, what is the value of a service that you're paying for? But realistically, there's the idea of like a Bitbucket integration or like a GitHub marketplace integration. So you could get something up on the marketplace that people pay X amount for per month and you're good to go. Exactly, Bad Cop. I think we all do. Right? Duh. Alright, hold on. What'd you say there, Moonshine? You're going to your first hackathon next weekend and you don't have a team. You're so lost. Ooh, that's rough. It would be really smart on like on the part of hackathon organizers to try and like group people up. So here's something, Moonshine. Yeah, that's how you meet cool new people, but I would also just maybe reach out to the organizers of the hackathon saying, hey, I don't have a team, I'd like to join one, do you have a process for that? Right? If they don't, then it could at least, like, ahead of time, give them an idea of what they could do, and if they do, then, yeah, you got a plan. Because, yeah, I think being able to just join into a team without having one would be useful. I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, that'd be really cool. So, I don't know, Moonshine, try reaching out to the organizers. Or if they have a Discord, reach out in that, right? You know, like just asking other teams if they have room for something. Yeah, could be nifty. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Bad Cop, what you up to? Anything fun you're doing with Bash lately? And yeah, sorry we haven't scheduled anything for like Vexilla SDKs. I kind of put like new SDKs on hold while I try and like launch up the ones I have. And while I build out some other features that I think are useful. I got a quick question though, right? Do you do any like open telemetry stuff with what you work on typically? Do you have like opinions on like how to wire up open telemetry or any of that? Because there is a feature I'd like to build out based around that for Vexilla. Okay. Yeah, so my basic thought is, let me just fire over to Vexilla real quick. I know we got some stuff somewhere. So yeah, basically just as an example, if we go to the JavaScript SDK, I know, your favorite. If we look at the source code and the client, the way it gets configured is through, you know, this Vexilla client config. And that's where we pass a base URL, an environment, and a custom instance ID, which is not necessarily required. But my thought would be that we would create something like a telemetry hook. And that telemetry hook would just be a function, which is probably a promise void. And that function would get called with, you know, maybe like a, right? Maybe like the flag ID, which is a string. Flag result, which would be probably like a union of the different flag types we have. So, I don't know, for now we'll just say like string or number or whatever. So, yeah, Bad Cop. Really, A/B testing is just feature flagging with measurement. Isn't it? At its most basic. So, if you wanted to use Vexilla, you don't need me to spin up a service for it. You can actually just wire up this hook and have that send out to your OpenTelemetry SDKs. Or whatever telemetry SDK you're using. If you're using Datadog or whatever, you would call out to Datadog to tag it for that span on your back end. Bam. Nailed it. Things like that. All right, for the front end, it would work very similarly too. For that span, for that session, things like that. The main goal just being to get this data into your Grafana instance or whatever, so that you can query that later and understand it without having to pay for an A/B testing tool. Because you're already paying for your OpenTelemetry storage, right? Being able to associate which flag was off or on with an error trace. Stuff like that. So yeah, I'm thinking it could be as simple as just a telemetry hook. That is a function we call that you pass into the config, right? And we just call your function by passing arguments to it, and your callback is really where you decide where it needs to go and how that works. So instead of flag ID, it might be the whole flag, right? Oop. Right? Something like that, maybe? Does that seem useful? Is there any, like, caveats to how you might want to wire this up? Where, like, I gotta make sure what I'm passing to it? Maybe this isn't enough? I don't know. Yeah, something to think about. think that would be a really nice feature, and it prevents me from having to spin up a service for it. You probably wouldn't use it? Interesting. Do you have any, like, reasoning why? Right? Because I assume for your backends you would use OpenTelemetry, right? But maybe not. Maybe not for small side projects. Might not be much of a point. I'm thinking more on, like, projects that are large enough to not necessarily need a big old service. Yeah, I think so too, Sergeant Pepper. But I want to do it in, like, a way that's so generic that it allows users to kind of, like, specify whatever they want, you know, without prescribing a specific SDK or anything. So I want to make sure that this is just like a function hook that someone can use. And yeah, really, this is for anyone that deals with OpenTelemetry in general. Like, what type of information would you want to be able to pass, or would you want to receive from this callback that you could then pass to your hotel provider stuff? This might be all of it. But we got to be careful that we're versioning it right, you know? So as we add stuff or change stuff, we would actually have to, like heavily manage backwards breaking changes. So that part gets a little tricky. I think mainly it would be, like, labeled as experimental or something. So maybe it would even be in, like, an object. You know, if I could spell. Well, that's where you could decide which flag you care about. Right? Like, you're the one passing me the callback. In that callback, you can actually select upon which flags you care about. You know? Because that's manual effort. Right? Like, all the places in your code where you might be doing flagging, that's something that you have to maintain, right? Every line of code is a liability, right? And if it's all throughout your application, it's even more. So look at it this way, Bad Cop, right? It wouldn't be every flag. It would be, like, it's only when you are using that flag that it would show up in a span then, because the callback is called when the flag gets used, right? So rather than every flag, it's just the ones that are relevant to that span, because they're actually called inside of that span, because the callback is called at the time it's used. So what do you mean by that? It's just extra metadata for your span. You don't have to query based on it, but having it available is useful, right? And I think the bigger bit is that, like I said, Oh, no, hold on, I messed this one up. Right, so if I'm doing this, we would have the flag, you know, Baxilla feature, flag result, you know, string number, right, so if flag dot feature type is gradual. Oh, hold on. Datadog.add metadata flag. I don't know, something like this. Flag result, bam. Right, so now you know exactly which feature was used in this span, and you can actually see later on in that trace if the user is clicking that button or using a specific thing, right? Are they converting in your shopping cart? I don't know, stuff like that. Right? Did they get an error? Well, was this flag on? So yeah, I think especially in the case of an exception, being able to trace if a flag is causing more exceptions, whether it's on or off, then becomes useful. I'm less of like an A/B testing expert, so it's a little tougher for me to imagine all the use cases. But I do think there needs to be some way of measuring whether the flag was on or off, and associating that with your data later when you're trying to query it. Because if you don't have it recorded, you can't actually do anything with it later. Doesn't mean you need it now, but the moment you do need it, if it's not there, you're shit out of luck. Oh, hold on, 1 second. So the hook gets called whenever a flag is accessed. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too, Poundsman. I think it's actually applicable in the front end and the back end, especially when you're doing something like, the name, right? I'm not trying to get hung up on the name right now. I think that is way too, like, in the weeds of it. What I'm talking about is the signature and the use case for it. The name we can noodle on. I'm talking about the functionality. Right? And it would probably be like on flag evaluated, or I don't know, right? Like, we don't care about the name. Okay, I get that. So then it comes back to my thought, like, would you rather wire that up manually every place that you're accessing a flag? Right? Back to what you said was a manual thing. Would you actually rather do that manually every place that you're calling flags? That sounds ugh to me, right? That's just yet more spread out, code done everywhere kind of stuff, when I feel like it could just be centralized like this. Especially because it's just attaching to the existing span. We're not creating a new span for it. It's just metadata for the existing trace and span. So, okay. I just wanted to think it out. The idea now makes sense to you, despite the bad name. I can understand that. I can get that. You're cautious with metadata because you know how they build. Touche. Touche. I think at the end of the day, you can always just self-host where that stuff is getting stored, though. But yes, Datadog is extremely expensive. So yeah, I totally get that. I think at the end of the day, though, is the cost of the metadata higher than the value you're getting from the data? And I would say probably not. Yeah, it's a fantastic product. It's just so expensive. But I think the value, though, is higher than the cost. Just having that extra metadata when you need it. Yeah, that's what I think too, Sergeant Pepper. Okay, so I'm just like, you guys are my user testing. We just focus group that shit. You know, like, yeah. So, thank you. I appreciate it. No, I get it, bad cop, right? But, yeah, I don't know. Like, open telemetry in and of itself is magic, you know? Auto instrumentation is magic. To deny the use case for that doesn't make any sense to me. But I do also recognize that the auto instrumentation can get extremely noisy, right? I turn off the file system auto instrumentation, and there's like a few others that people tend to turn off too. So I totally get that, right? Not all data is necessary. All right, cool. So I like the idea. If I made an issue proposing this, would I be able to get some people to chime in on that issue? And yeah, I don't think I want to do it yet. I want to concentrate on releasing out the SDKs we have first. That way I can at least announce, hey, we're live. You know, I feel bad announcing that Vexilla is live. I mean, number one, because I think the application needs work. I probably need to throw the word beta all over the UI, just to make sure people understand that. But yeah, thank you for helping me think it out. Like, honestly, your questions were great, because you're not going to be the only one that has those questions, and I need to be able to understand. Like, I need to be able to answer those questions. So, thank you. And we'll probably even do like a poll or something. Oh. So yeah, we'll probably do some something. Because it's going to be an async function, just in case people want to like do some type of async await logic. Maybe they're calling out to multiple providers. I don't know. But I definitely see a use case for it being async rather than synchronous. And in fact, realistically, it could be both, right? Why not? Sure. I'm okay with that. Doesn't bother me. But I think we still want to be able to support it and not force people to do promise logic, right? Like .dennable stuff. Right? Like, basically, if people want to somehow handle a failure of the SDK they're calling, right? If you call datadog dot blah 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 and it fails, you'd still probably want to like handle that, right? At least log it out to a local log or something. It does become one of those like chicken and egg scenarios, right? Like, well, yeah, where do you send the log if it fails, if the thing that you're trying to send your failure logs to is failing? You know, like, oh god. Oh god. Oh, I haven't bought it yet. I'm lazy. I'll definitely be there. Like, I don't think that's even a question. And I don't think tickets sell out, so I'm not worried about that. Pretty sure partners automatically, like, you know, there's always room for them. Right, yeah, you mentioned. Yeah, and I'll probably get it anyway. Nah, you're right, I should purchase it now, no matter what. Yeah, I'm slacking on that bit. Because, I mean, I guess, do they sell out? I feel like I remember someone trying to, like, scalp them. They do? Oh, okay. So yeah, I should probably make sure I lock that down sooner rather than later. But as an example, like last year, I don't think I bought it until, like, a couple weeks before. With it being back in San Diego, though, and it probably being a smaller venue, I could see it selling out, like, quicker. So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hotels are actually, like, a trickier thing, too, right? Like, there's no way we were going to sell out all of Vegas's hotels on the Strip, right? But San Diego, there is a much more limited supply. So yeah, hotels are going to be another big part of, like, well, shit, if you wait too long, you might be really far from the venue. And that would kind of suck. Yeah, I'd say, you know, see if there's any people that you can, you know, like, split a hotel room with. Last time you booked in Intercontinental? I don't know what that means. But okay. But yeah, thank you for everyone that helped me, like, think out this idea. Oh, LG. Yeah, for sure. But it's no longer in Vegas. At the Intercontinental, did you get the Continental breakfast? That's a solid. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. But basically what I was saying is, in Vegas, there's no way we're going to sell out all the hotel space available. Now that it's back in San Diego this year, it is possible for the close hotels to sell out. And then it's a real pain in the ass, right? You don't want to be, like, too far from the venue in San Diego. Like, it's a long walk or an Uber or just some bullshit. And they massively cracked down on the, like, the scooters. It's a way worse experience nowadays. Like, in San Diego for the scooter stuff. I thought it was cool. I like the scooters. Here in Seattle and Redmond and, like, all over, they're fine, you know? But I do remember seeing some story about, some people fished out, like, hundreds of them from, like, the local river. Your apartment complex is full of them, just randomly laying in the middle of the street. Gnarly. That happened there too. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just the pollution aspect of it. I can see that. They're so convenient though. And they're kind of fun. That's also the best part. They're kind of fun. Yeah, San Diego has something kind of smart about it, where like they have designated places for them, and if you don't put it back in the designated places, they like bill you for it. It's kind of smart. It's annoying though. But also, like, you can't take them out of the gas lamp district. Like, it's really bad. Yeah, here in Seattle and Redmond and all over, like, yeah, you can just do whatever. San Diego is so walkable, as long as you're right there in the gas lamp district. But the moment you go outside of that, it's not. It really isn't. Like, it is. Like, my feet hurt when I went out to the weed store. My feet hurt coming back from someone else's hotel room, like the first time I went to TwitchCon. It's illegal to ride them on sidewalks, but people still do it. I'm not sure if that's true here in Washington. 1 mile from the convention center. I mean, a nice little walk as long as you're planning on staying there, but that means that you're not just dropping stuff off real quick back at the hotel when you pick up a bunch of weird stuff from the convention, right? Yeah, I need stumbling distance. For sure. I need stumbling distance. I'm not looking for walking distance. I'm looking for stumbling distance. Which is actually surprisingly long. Right? It might actually be longer than walking distance. Fish tacos? I don't like fish tacos. And I actually don't like San Diego tacos. I found one place I really like that's like fairly traditional. That one was good. I know I've got a picture of it from 2 years ago. But yeah, a lot of the places where people are like, oh, these are the best tacos. Like, no, I like traditional street style. Just cilantro, onion, and the meat. And that's it. I don't do salsa, right? I don't do any of that other junk on top. I don't even do the cotija or whatever it is, right? Like the cheese. It's just cilantro, the meat, the onion, tortilla, and then I'll sometimes take tortilla chips and crunch them up on top for some texture. So I'm very like particular about the type of tacos I like eating. And because I don't like the sauce on it, like no salsa, no other junk, I actually am able to expose the fact that they probably had that meat sitting in a bin drying out all day rather than making fresh. Or at least like fresher. So yeah, like you basically uncover places that just are lazy about their meat prep when you get it traditionally versus letting them do the wet taco style. And hey, what's up, Danny? Speaking of, are you going to be at TwitchCon this year? It's going to be back in San Diego. Let's do the shout-out thing. Oh, your message got buried. Maybe. Oh, no, okay. That was a little while back. Yeah, Bad Cop. Did I miss another one of your messages? I think I did see it get buried between the Nightbot stuff at one point. I just want to make sure there wasn't another message I missed as I was like scrolling through to do the shout-outs. And yeah, everyone, give Danny a follow. You don't know if you're going to be there? Makes sense, no worries. You want to go, but yeah, timing and cost and all that stuff totally matters. And yeah, I don't remember how long ago it was. It's probably been forever, and I'm just now like, my brain's re-noticing it, I think, but I like the name change, right? Instead of Girl with Box, it's Danny Programmi. I like that. Because you're Italian now. Wait, like, you live in Italy? Yeah, exactly, Cotter. Yep. Oh, you married an Italian. That, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Italian by proxy. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's a good name change. I'm into it. I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. That makes sense. And yeah, so what were you up to today, Danny? I'm curious. I'm gonna at least clue y'all into what we're working on. We are building out a replacement for Vapi as like our bot, like for announcing people when they raid or when someone subs or all that stuff. We had an announcer where it would read out your name and imagine you as a supervillain. It would also imagine your powers and your origin story, and it would also even imagine the superhero that is your arch nemesis. And it was really fun. So we're using, OpenAI and stuff like that to do that. Vapi is doing that under the hood. But we've run into issues with Vapi for our specific use case because it's meant to be more of like a conversational bot. Yeah, cyber exploit. 1 second. Let me give you the link. Yeah, so it is White Bat Audio, which is royalty-free, copyright-safe music, but there's a caveat to that. Some copyright troll is going back through all my VODs and claiming these songs, even though the titles say royalty-free, copyright-safe. Which is super annoying. So yeah, at some point, we're going to have to stop listening to this stuff and listen to something else. Like, so damn annoying. Yeah, it's not like I'm getting copy strikes for it, but it's just like making sure my VODs are no longer monetized, which I don't actually care about because I probably don't make any money off the VODs anyway. Like, I'm not even fully partner, so that's not a big deal. And yeah, it is super annoying. I even posted about it on Twitter, and YouTube replied saying they take it seriously, blah, blah, blah. But the experience is terrible, right? I've got some videos where they're claiming like 16 songs for like per video, and you got to do it one by one to contest that stuff rather than being able to batch contest these things. So I pointed that out as some feedback. They said they'll take it into consideration or something, and hopefully they do at some point. Can you use the Lo-Fi Girl Synthwave channel? I don't think so. Unless it specifically says royalty-free, copyright-safe, the answer is no. So yeah, basically, to chime back in, the thing that we're doing is building out our own Vapi-styled thing. Because we don't need to talk to Vapi, so that's already a third of its use case irrelevant for us. So now we are building out the OpenAI wiring and the voice wiring, and we got that working. Yeah, no worries, Cyber Exploit. Yeah, happy to share. So we've got that basically working, but part of the reason we're doing this is so we can actually figure out how to use open LLMetry, which is basically a set of auto instrumentations for open telemetry for these LLM SDKs. Oof. And yeah, what we're running into is that Traceloop and their, oh, it's so easy to get started, is completely broken. Like, it's so annoying. Ah, okay. So you can apply for a commercial license. That's interesting. Okay. I like that. Yeah, for the videos I'm planning on monetizing, I'm probably not even gonna, like, use music in those videos. For my VODs, probably doesn't matter, and I'm not even, like, full partner yet, so I don't even think I get ad share revenue. We're getting there, though. Hold on, if I look at the numbers... One second. We are at 3,556 public watch hours. So all y'all watching over on YouTube are really helping me out. Thank you. Because the watch hours do count from VODs, right? From my, like, live stream, which is awesome. So yeah, you guys over there, you're the best. Right? 450 more watch hours. If we consider that I probably get around, like, 8 to 10 per stream, then we're like a month-ish away. Even better if I actually release some actual YouTube videos rather than just live stream vlogs. And yeah, once we hit that 4K, we are full YouTube partner. And then I think we can get ad share. Yeah, we are at, like, I'm technically a YouTube partner, but there's, like, another level to it. Yeah, we're getting close. When I started streaming to YouTube last year, I was at, like, 120 watch hours. So an entire year worth of streaming my VODs to YouTube, and the couple people that watch when they can has gotten me 3,000 plus watch hours, which is huge. Like, yeah, just really awesome. So I'm glad I started doing this. But yeah, so here's one thing that we already got going wrong. What is up with this, right? If we go look at the Traceloop SDK, yeah, no worries. Yep. Ooh, hold up. This is a foodie stream in disguise. What are you making? Yeah, it was good to see you too. Thank you. I just learned within the past, like, weekish to make a carbonara. I've never even eaten carbonara before. And I feel like I did all right. Hold on, let me show it to you real quick. Profile. Shrimp, broccoli, and pasta. That sounds delicious. You do it like a stir-fry style, or like individually cooked? Like, how do you cook the shrimp? How about that one? Boom. All right, there you go. So this was the first attempt. Yeah, no cream. For sure. Yeah. I did it. There was a video I got it from. And this dude, yeah, he does it a zero cream style. Yeah, this video is great. This is where I got the recipe. So yeah, traditional carbonara does not have cream in it. No cream, like he even said. I think he even said no butter, right? So I did not have guanciale, so I had to do bacon instead. And my Parmesan doesn't look that good either. But the rest was delicious. Yeah, the store that I went to didn't have guanciale. I'm gonna have to go to like a specialty shop. Or maybe just like, maybe Whole Foods would have it? Oh, it's pricey? Yeah, no butter because the fat from the bacon, in my case, or the guanciale, is actually like the butter that you would use. Right? Like the rendered fat ends up serving the same purpose as the butter. And yeah, the starch in the pasta water thickens it too. Yep. Yeah, I didn't do actually much with the pasta water. Like, technically, what I ended up doing is when I'm grabbing the pasta out of it, some of the water is coming with it because I'm not, like, draining it. So I think I'm getting it somewhat thicker because of that, right? There's, like, water that comes with it when I'm just pulling the noodles into the pan as I, take it off the heat and spin it. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm getting, like, enough of the starch water anyway. What's up, Fallen Learns? How you doing? Why does it say Raider? I think because you came in from Danny's stream, didn't you? Maybe you were here for both of them. Yeah, you had both streams going, I bet. So now you're here twice. I'm not sure. I don't know. His name's Gennaro Contaldo, and I just don't know. Not sure. But yeah, guanciale is expensive. That's a bummer. Because I am definitely not made of money. Ooh, like $20 a pound for decent stuff? Yeah. That's probably outside my range anyway. Probably gonna keep sticking with the bacon then. Instead of just like pure bacon, I might just start getting some like pork belly, right? Some, freeze some pork belly and then thaw it as needed. I would then have to like make sure I add more salt. I should try curing my own pork belly. That's not a bad idea. I've never thought about that. I could definitely look into that process. Yeah, my fridge is fairly empty. So yeah, I got plenty of room in the fridge for it. Dude, I like how this dude, he just knows how the pasta is, like, ready. Like, based on, like, how much it, like, bends when he does it. So, yeah, that's pretty genius. Me, I gotta, like, pull out a noodle and, like, eat it to know if it's, like, properly al dente. And yeah, I've been, like, according to this, oh yeah, let's do, like, the full noodles. I'm gonna start breaking my noodles. I don't care. I'm sorry. I just don't care. I'm gonna break my noodles. Makes it easier to eat. Oh, so you've done it a lot. Yeah, let me grab your... Alright, see, so yeah, I probably need to keep doing a little bit more of the water. Could also do a wet brine. Yeah, sorry, I want to finish watching him do this, because I may have missed something. Oh, I like how he dropped the, like how he dropped the spoon. Yeah, it was good. It's a solid recipe. I quite like it. Yeah, it's a bit more water. Yeah, I probably need more water when I do it next time, so it's less chunky. But the big thing is, notice how he pulls it completely off the heat once he starts pouring the egg in? Yeah, that's I think the best, like, from what I've seen, the best way to make sure you do it right. And yeah, his is definitely a little creamier than mine. But we do see chunks in there, similar to how mine was too. Then he does more on top. Yeah. Gotta get that cheese in there. I'm also considering mixing up the cheese a bit. Like, I'll do some Parmesan, but I think I might want to also do some of the, what's the, like, it's a similar cheese. Oh God, what's the name of it? It's yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's a really solid recipe. I maybe overdo it on the bacon, which is fine. But yeah, what's the other cheese? It's not Parmesan, it's blank. And I think, what was it? Was that in The Office or something? It's not Parmesan, it's blah 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 or whatever, right? Because she wants to sell the cheese, like, I don't know. And yeah, someone else recommended this one too that I need to check out. But yeah, so that was the one I made. That was the first attempt. The second attempt was even better. If you want to see the second attempt, it's over in the Discord in the food channel. Yeah, I can't remember what the other cheese that I want to add to it is. But yeah, I basically want to do some Parmesan and then, like, that other cheese type. Now, hold on. You had this for a cured pork belly recipe. Alright, so boneless pork belly, the rind removed. I guess I don't know what the rind is. So yeah, bunch of salt, rub the salt into every surface, place it in a heavy-duty bag, allow it to cure for at least 4 days. Carbonata in the sous vide. So rind is skin, I guess. I've never seen pork belly with skin from the places that I've been looking at buying it. No. Hold on. Pecorino. Oh, got it. Like, it still has hair and everything. So I've never done it from a butcher. But yeah, pecorino is the one I was thinking of. So it's a bit sharper, more acidic flavor. So yeah, Parmesan is from cow's milk, Pecorino is from sheep's milk. That's basically it. But yeah, maybe I'm messing up. Maybe Parmesan's like the only cheese I should be doing. Because I don't know if I actually want like the sharper aspect of it. So wait, carbonara soups. I don't know what that is. Yeah, no idea, the freak. I had carbonara for the first time like a little over a week ago. So yeah, my experience with a lot of like Italian dishes is very limited. It's not typically something I'll like go out and try to like get at a restaurant, because it's so easy to do yourself and you can make it exactly how you want, you know? So I tend to like prefer eating food that I have a harder time making properly at home. Right? Like a really good ramen. I'm not going to spend all the time to boil down the bone broth, you know? Like sushi. I don't even know where to get sushi grade fish. I know there's actually places, but it's so much effort. I don't want to do the sticky rice. I think it's just the rice with a little vinegar, but again, it's just like so much effort. So yeah, sushi, ramen for like the broth done properly. There's a bunch of stuff that I prefer eating at a restaurant. Now I have been making my own ramen at home, and it's pretty good, but it's nowhere near what I'd get at a restaurant. Because I do it with chicken as well, rather than like a proper shashu. You know? Doing my own shashu is probably too much work for me. Yeah, just not even the same. Yeah, exactly. What's another one? Like, carne asada? I actually prefer other people doing it, because I don't have a good marinade yet for myself. That's another example. For chicken tacos, I do chicken tacos. I pretty much won't be able to eat chicken tacos out at a restaurant, because the chicken tacos I make at home. I don't know if I've had that much halal food. When I was in New York, there's the Carts halal guys. Jianhua got some and let me taste it. I just wasn't in a good place. Like, if I'm being honest, I think they fucked up by showing how they make the stuff at the halal guys, like, food carts. I saw the way they were prepping the chicken, and no thank you. Right? I've had food poisoning from poorly done chicken and rice. Yeah. No thank you. I believe that's what the vinegar in sushi rice is doing as well. The vinegar is helping neutralize some of the botulinum toxin that grows naturally. Like some of the worst food poisoning I've ever had was from rice. Smoked rice? No. Now, if you're asking if I still smoke marijuana, I do, but not here on stream. I live in a legal state. Keep that in mind, but we're trying to keep the stream at least somewhat more family-friendly at this point. As I reach for the whiskey. So, you know, I'm only human. That's why I don't swear nearly as much. I think people who might remember my streams from a couple years ago, I swore like a sailor. I'm trying to be better about it, you know? Wait, what is that from? Yeah, exactly. After JS, for sure. Even, like, one of our most famous clips is, like, here's a bong took for our Italian friends. Right? That was a fun one. It was a good time. But, you know, I'm still just trying to be a little bit more family friendly. Ah, see, so you're not in a legal state. I think I'm thinking of Spain. Is Spain where they basically decriminalized everything? Or maybe they've changed that, but at least, like, I don't know, 10-ish years ago, I remember talking to some people that lived in Spain, and everything... Oh, is Portugal where everything's legal? I thought it was Spain, but I could be wrong. No, Amsterdam is really, like, cracking down. They really don't want to be like a drug tourism thing. A lot of European countries are doing that? Okay. I remember, at least at the time, I think Spain was the one. And, yeah, they were one of the few. Ah, so you're saying everything illegal. I'm saying legal. Not illegal, legal. So I believe Spain, pretty much everything is legal. Or at least was 10-ish years ago. My only reference is someone who lived there and was telling me about it at a bar at one point. So I don't know. I don't know any of that for sure. Oh, and sorry, Cyber Exploit, I see your question. You're wondering about the comment panel you're seeing on the screen. Everything is terminal based. It's just a theme for the chat overlay. Yeah, it's Twitch specific. It's a thing that we built out here. So yeah, Stream Parrot. Let me at least grab you the link. Stream Parrot is a tool we built here on stream at one point that I was trying to monetize, and then a hard drive crash made me lose like a year's worth of work, and I pretty much gave up on it because streamers are a terrible target market anyway. So it's basically just a product of its time that we can't really change at all anymore, but it's one of the themes for Twitch streamers to use. There's also like a comic book theme and other stuff. The magical part is we can take something like a smiley face, where if I do just like, you know, colon and a paren, we can replace Twitch's generic smiley face emote with my own smiley face emote. And we can even replace like words like gross with a face like that. So that's actually like the main feature of Stream Parrot, being able to replace any generic emote or text and do it presentational, like LMAO. Same idea, right? We can do GIFs. It's kind of a nifty feature. But it's only Twitch. I don't have YouTube wired up for it. I think, you know, if I were to reapproach Stream Parrot at some point, I would make it YouTube compatible and other, you know, other service compatible. But again, I've got other things that I think are better businesses, so I'm gonna try and focus on those first. And yeah, if that troll is out there right now, I don't know if y'all know, we had some troll over on YouTube. Like, you keep making these business ideas, but have any of them been successful? LOL. And it's like, dude, do you not understand how entrepreneurship works? Nobody gets it right the first try. Nobody. Right? So yeah, I think I'm getting better and better at evaluating how business, you know, what makes a good business. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it and make it successful, but I'm going to try. Yeah. Yeah, the majority of businesses fail. If you look at Levels.io, I think he had a number. He did like 75 projects before he actually was successful with Remote OK. Right? If you look at the guy that made Five Nights at Freddy's, he made a bunch of shit games before he made Five Nights at Freddy's. He made a game called Fart Hotel. You don't need every project to be a success, but you need to make projects to get to the one that could be successful. Ooh, here's the thing. Did you know that Colonel Sanders basically got his idea for Kentucky Fried Chicken while he was living here in Seattle? That I found really fascinating. Or someone told me that, and I believed him. I haven't verified it. And yeah, exactly, Trash Puppy. Fart Hotel. Now I kind of want to play Fart Hotel. It sounds fascinating. I'm intrigued. You've got my attention. Well, no, here's the thing, Gavin. He's from that area, right? And if you've ever had Seattle fried chicken, like made here kind of thing, or at least back in the day, you'd probably recognize that traditional, really good fried chicken would sell like hotcakes up here in Seattle. Right? So it's actually more like he realized it would be a good business because there is less really good fried chicken here in Washington. There's a place called Ezel's, but they're newer than KFC. I didn't know that, Gavin. I had no idea. I've never been to a chicken and waffles place. I'm gonna have to try it at some point. And at least it's got that going for it, which is nice. Exactly, for sure. Yeah, what are you up to, Trash Puppy? Pretty sure I saw you in the InfoSec streamers list yesterday. So yeah, that was always nice. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mixing you up with someone. Could have sworn I saw you in here though. But maybe not. I know I saw Anya. I thought you were in this list. Oh, there you are. Yeah, it's up there. I just missed it. So yeah. Super cool. I don't know if you know you were in this list, actually. Oh, they did? Yeah, they had you a bit ago. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, really cool of them. I love that they have such a tight-knit community. And wait, what about a gap in the market? The comparison, for example, barbecue isn't popular in the Northeast, but barbecue would totally sell up there because there's a gap in the market. Exactly. The really good barbecue places here in Seattle make a killing, right? Because it's not local to here. Whereas if you go to places like Austin or, you know, all over in the Southwest or Southeast, yeah, you're gonna find amazing barbecue everywhere. So it's harder to make a barbecue business take off. Whereas instead, like really good sushi might kill it. Really good ramen might kill it. So yeah, like a gap in the market type stuff. Makes a lot of sense. How am I doing? We're chilling. We're having a good old day. I'm gonna be not streaming for 5 days, right? Monday through Friday this week because I'm gonna be at Render ATL. So I'm kind of like, I don't typically stream on Sundays, but I really wanted to, just because of it. Yeah, I've never been to Atlanta. Never been to Georgia in general. I think I've probably driven through Georgia at one point, just because we moved around a lot. But yeah, yeah, it's going to be my first time at Render ATL. I got a free ticket as an influencer just by tweeting about it, which is cool. I still have to pay for my flight and my hotel room, of course, but, you know. So I'm going to head there and try and do some, like, get cracking, you know, content, right? Ask people about when was, you know, can you remember a good story about, like, a really hard pull request? Or what are your least favorite things about working with Git? What are your pain points? Like, you know, I'm going to throw that out there. What commands do you use the most? What are your top 3 Git commands that you use, or something? I don't know. Or what are your favorite less known Git commands? I don't know. I haven't worked out like all the questions I'm going to ask interview-wise, but I do think if I can interview enough people and then like splice them together, it'll help us establish just some like some good content that we can like, you know, cut together. I think that'll be useful. Yeah, what Git commands should they be using that they don't know about, right? Sure. Yeah. Definitely gonna ask questions about that. I want to ask some questions about feature flags for my own stuff. I might try and ask some questions about like open telemetry, just for the highlight guys, just because I like them. But yeah, so I basically need to line up like a bunch of questions to ask people interview style. I even picked up like a little like microphone interview kind of thing. That way I can get like better audio. You're considering going entrepreneur full-time in the next 3 to 5 years? Nice. Yeah, sounds great. Git re. I don't even know what that is. Now I just picture someone going re, right? Like the re from the memes. Yeah, maybe, Gavin. I mean, I would also encourage you to, if you have an idea that you think could be a good business, submitting to Y Combinator. Why not? It will require that you move out to San Francisco for like the 3 months that the cohort takes. But if you have an idea that you think could be a really profitable business and you build out like a little proof of concept, or like you don't even need the proof of concept, it's worth submitting. You know, Rox Codes has submitted multiple times. He hasn't been accepted yet, but he wants to be. Yeah. Yeah, I would say make sure you're doing that if you really want to try and do like the business thing. Trying to bootstrap is worthwhile, but getting investment takes some of that off your plate. The CEO of YC blocked you on Twitter? Oh, that's a bummer. You mind if I ask why, No Good Nick? Like, did you deserve it? Oh, you don't know? Oh, you're not even sure when it happened? Oh, that's a... No, so it's one of those things where, like, when someone is just a bad actor, I will fully mute the hell out of them. I don't block people, typically. There's only a couple people I've ever blocked. But I will happily mute people. And it doesn't even have to be something you did, but if... Like, here's a good example. There's some troll who trolled Aaron Francis, basically. Let's bring that up. Because, like, dude, I've heard he's just the nicest guy. But he had someone just being a dick. And then if you scroll through their tweet thread, like their tweet history, they basically say, like, I finally figured out the Twitter algorithm. You just gotta, like, troll billionaires and then their simps will engage for you. Like, you know, like, just such a dickhead. So yeah, hold on. Let's find Aaron Francis real quick. He posted about it. Yeah. This fucking dude. So yeah, if we go to this thread, right? He's an engagement farmer, right? This Rick Burton dickhead. So yeah, DHH posts some stuff, and he does a thing where he, you know, yeah, sure, you don't have to like DHH. I've considered muting DHH a few times, but his most recent posts about, like, use whatever tech you want are actually okay. Then he goes and does something like that and completely redeems himself. Well, then this dude, I just drove by your pad and started laughing. Thanks for playing right into my hands. Right? Because, yeah, DHH quote tweeted this dude. Every time he posts photos of his lifestyle, I think about how his employees have no real equity and how happy they must be. Uh-huh. Right? So DHH defended himself, blah, blah, blah. This dude, I just drove by your house, isn't as fun and playful as you think it is. Brutal, mate. What? It's how I felt when I looked into your work. Just tragic. Right? So, oh, okay, you're just being mean. Why? Calmly pointing out when someone is being mean. Yeah, good on him, for sure. Yeah, usually they're trying to drag someone into a fight. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure there, freak. I thought it was because I've logged out and then back in. Like, let me point this out. At some point, I have seen that I did get redirected to X. But I think if you have, like, an old enough session, you still get the twitter.com. I don't know, it's weird. But yeah, you'll never be criticized by someone more successful than you. Yeah, that's such a good take. And yeah, this is probably a mute I should dial back, but I've definitely seen some, like, comments from Adam that I wasn't a fan of. I'm sure he feels the same way about me, but I should probably remove that mute. I don't remember what it was that he said that I was just like, I don't want to see that in my feed. It's not like I blocked him. I don't like the idea of blocking people. But when I'm, like, scrolling my feed, there's just some stuff I don't want to see. And I think I saw Adam make at least a few comments where I was just like, you know what? Seeing some of his, like, comments and tweets makes me less happy. It does not spark joy. You know? So I should probably dial that back, because I've heard he's a cool dude. But yeah, basically, if we go to this jerk's page, he's got a very, like, okay, now it makes sense kind of comment. Where is it? Dude, he posts so much. Yeah, no worries, freak. Yeah, have a good one. Hold on, where is it? Blah, 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 blah. Like, just shit content. Finally figured out the X algorithm. Just tease billionaires and their sycophants. Right? So this dude's just an engagement farmer. That's it. Like, total dickhead stuff. Total dickhead stuff. Yeah, exactly, Gavin. Some people are just unhappy in their life and have to spread it to others. Or they're completely disingenuous and they're engagement farmers. You know, one or the other. That's usually what happens when someone trolls a lot. Is what it is. But yeah, I just want to point out that if you got blocked by the Y Combinator CEO, it may have been related to something like that, where you said something and interacted with someone that they really don't like. And it's hard to know, right? If you never had any direct interaction that you think caused it, that's a bummer. And that was No Good Nick that said that. That's right. Just making sure I don't mix people up. So, back to what we're trying to do here. We're trying to use trace loop to do some stuff. Wait, dude. Okay, so I'm willing to bet that their Python snippet here actually works. And the TypeScript part seems like an afterthought. Because here's the main things I'm noticing from this. We see trace loop here imported lowercase, and then we see them trying to call a method on trace loop as uppercase. They're using Python syntax for defining a property. Yeah, that should be a colon. And my guess is that init doesn't exist and it's initialize instead from what we're seeing here in the types. I really think, yeah, it is initialize. I really think they need a proper DevRel evaluating their documentation and marketing content, because they are shooting themselves in the foot by having snippets that don't actually work. And their site, or at least that portion of it, isn't open source, so I can't even propose a fix for it. But like, yeah, we're even seeing that app_name doesn't exist. It's app name, right? So yeah, they just don't have anyone who gives a shit about TypeScript at their organization. It's an afterthought, and that's a problem. That's a huge problem. So I think they need a DevRel. Joke creation? Wait, what do you mean by that, Kenny? Like, this is just the name of the app. That can be anything you want it to be. So there's no requirement for that to be camel cased or underscored. Like, it's just the name of a thing that you're going to see in your OpenTelemetry later. So here's what we're going to do. Wait, I still don't understand what you mean, though. So this is the name of the app, the service. This is the name of the workflow. So these are just strings that you're gonna like query by in your Grafana or wherever your data is going to. So that string is pretty meaningless. It doesn't matter. It can be anything you want it to be. So joke generation versus creation, this is just a workflow within this app. So that part's actually like, who cares? That's not a big deal. Ooh, what NBA game is going tonight? I don't think so, Keto Kibu, right? Because this is trace loop / open LLMetry, right? Let me put it this way. Do you see this string? Hold on, what's that? Oh, I can't even select that string. Yeah, so I don't think that's the introduction. Because we looked at that. Right? There's like much more on that introduction page. So I don't think it's part of their docs. Right? I think it's part of their marketing site, and their marketing site is not actually open source. Okay. Really? Okay. That's actually a good point. I didn't look that much closer because it seemed to me like a totally different page. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at their main introduction. That was it. I was like, why does that not look even close? But yeah, it's over here. So we could actually propose a fix. Okay. Yeah, good catch. I didn't scroll any further because I didn't see this image on that page, so I thought it was just a totally different page. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's the actual, like, same problem. Yeah, let's pull it down and let's try and fix it. I like that. Yeah, good call, Kevin. Sorry, didn't mean to dox you. I don't know if you actually let people know your real name on your stream. I apologize. My bad. Okay, alright. Yeah. Sorry for not asking first. But, thank you. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. One of those things where it's a bit of a brain fart. Yeah, no worries, man. Yep. I know plenty of people that don't want their real name associated with their handle. Like, the Primogen isn't actually a big fan of his real name getting out there. Which I try and respect now. I didn't realize it at first. Now, it's easy enough to find if you care, but it's just another one of those things where it's like, you know what? We can try and respect someone's wishes. What's up, Neff? How you doing? But yeah, how you doing, Kita Kibu? Kito Kibu. Yeah, sorry. Minced my words there a bit. Yeah, what you up to? Anything fun? Making dinner? Ooh, this is a foodie stream in disguise. What are you making? We were talking about it earlier, too. I made carbonara for the first time just a little while back. Like a week ago. I'm a big fan. It was delicious. I'd never even had a carbonara before. But it was one of those things I've heard a bunch of people like mentioning and talking about. So yeah, wanted to try and make it because I saw a recipe that was actually really easy. Pork chops, rice, and green onion salsa. Nice. You do anything special for the pork chops, or is that just like a grilled chop? I really like doing like a panko breading for pork chops. That's kind of a fun one. Right? Panko bread it and throw it in the oven on like a raised rack. I then dip that in sriracha. It's probably not healthy, but it's delicious. Oh, and I still haven't sent you that invite. I need to remember to do that, for sure. Some southwestern spice and fried. Not much of a chef, but you can follow a recipe. Yeah, exactly, right? And once you get a few recipes under your belt, you can fiddle with it a bit, you know? Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, when I was a snowboard bum during my 20s, my first job at Mount Hood was actually as a pantry chef, which was like not like line cook, but it was more like I would do the amuse, which is basically like an appetizer kind of thing, right? To set your palate. I would do the salads. I would make the salad dressing, like some of that stuff. And then after that, they moved me into prep cook. And as a prep cook, I got to make all sorts of stuff. And that was great. And got to practice my knife skills and some of that. And then from there, they moved me into dishwashing. Just because, yeah, they don't need a prep cook during the later parts of the summer. So I was the highest paid dishwasher. That was kind of cool. And then, yeah, came back the next year, did dishwashing for another summer. And then after that, moved myself into banquets, which was pretty cool. And hey, what's up, Dr. Cagster? Sorry, I saw your message. I just forgot to reply. Like, you know, I'm streaming. But yeah, no stress. Like, yeah, next time we do Jackbox, you're more than welcome to join. No stress, no worries. Okay, so we cloned into that. Let's make sure we do that part. Bam. Oh, like your beverage glass? Yeah, I got this at a Value Village. I quite like it for my beverage glass because it's got like these like, you know, those like circles on it for like grip. Yeah, I got this at a Value Village at one point. I do like collecting some of the like the branded like rocks glasses, you know, that you do like, you know, whiskey neat in and stuff. I've got like Crown Royal tends to make like the most I've seen, right? Where they've got some like really interesting ones. I got one where there's like a prism style like Crown Royal like crown in like the bottom like thick part. That one's kind of cool. Yeah, I got a fun collection of a few of those. I got another one that's like a Jack Daniel's glass. I wanted to get the Woodford glass from like the, at Christmas time they'll typically sell like Woodford with a glass, and it's like a good gift. I should have bought one earlier this year. Got a good Four Roses one too. You bought a set of 6 for water, but everyone wants them for wine. And they use mason jars for the water. Interesting, yeah. It's very much like a hipster, like bar kind of thing, right? Everything's in a mason jar. So I'm gonna do that. That way I can just get it back. You guess your daughter is a hipster? Okay. How old is she now? I want to say early teens? $19. Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, I got the timeline way off. Yeah, cool. Finished first year of college. Nice. So we're going to add a quick upstream for trace loop. Set the origin to mine. Upstream is theirs. There we go. Oh, wow. Yeah, they are so much older than I remembered. Yeah, Nathan blows my mind at how old he is now, too. Which, by proxy, means I'm technically. I don't feel old, damn it. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, for everyone that's not aware, Dr. Kagster is my older sister. And we recently, reconnected just a few weeks ago, which is awesome. And yeah, Keto Kibu, thank you so much. Yeah, it's great. I'm really stoked on it. So yeah, enjoy your games. I assume more Fortnite? Yep. Ooh, so I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be in Atlanta. So I'm heading to Render Atlanta, or Render ATL, which is a conference for tech. I'm going to be there from Monday through Friday, and I'll be back here streaming on Saturday. So yeah, it's rare for me to take that much time off. But yeah, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to trying out some good barbecue, I guess. Because I've heard that Atlanta is a good place where, the different styles of barbecue kind of converge. Yeah, exactly. I'll be taking some photos. Yeah, I'll be tweeting about it and all that stuff, for sure. But yeah, Keto Kibu, thank you so much, man. And honestly, Keto Kibu, next time you're in Seattle, I definitely want to try and plan some time to meet up with you at some point. Even if it's just for a lunch or something. I think that'd be cool. All right, Seattle, Redmond, wherever, I can drive. And yeah, thank you for the sub. Yeah, for sure, man. And how about this? What time do you tend to stream again? I'm gonna give you a shout out real quick. So yeah, basically Keto Kibu here streams here on Twitch, and he tends to do a lot of like C# stuff. So if you guys are interested in C#, definitely check it out. So Wednesdays at 9 p.m. Pacific. So that is really like great for European people, like if you're in the UK, etc. Oh, and yeah, Dr. Kagster. So you do Sunday. No, I mean both of y'all. Let me shout you out too. Yeah, let me just let this thing like finish running. But yeah, Baishtar. If that sounds right up your alley, Wednesdays at 9 p.m., definitely check it out. So yeah, you do 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday through Friday. And she tends to stream Fortnite most of the time. But if you're a fan of Jay and Silent Bob, she plays with Jay. Right? She does sometimes play games with Jason Mewes, which is really cool. Like, yeah, I haven't caught any of that yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, like, what is his stream name? I haven't even looked him up yet. And yeah, if you gotta get going, Dr. Kagster, no worries. Yeah, no stress. Oh, I have to wait before giving another shout out. There we go. So yeah, make sure you're following my sister too. She's great. Especially if you enjoy Fortnite. Yeah, I gotta figure out some game we can play together. So I'll have to think about that one. Okay. So we have cloned down the trace loop docs. We've got our origin and our upstream set. So now we can check out and make a branch. And who here still does git checkout -b? Because technically you can do git branch and then just the name of the branch, and that creates it too. I still have the muscle memory and the instinct for git checkout -b. I don't know if I'll ever actually fix that. I am a look at my hands kind of typer while I'm typing, but git commands are typically like the thing that I don't have to look at my hands for, right? I can do a git push origin main like that, you know, for sure. Right? I don't have to look typically when I do a bunch of like git stuff. And I also want to point that out, like, you don't have to be the greatest typist in the world for programming. Right? It's okay. You can look at your hands while you type. The best programmer I know is my mom, and she looks at her hands and she hunts and pecks, and she's not a really proper home row typer. And it's fine. She's done some of the most influential code of anybody I know. It's not a requirement. We spend so much more of our time reading. We spend so much more of our time thinking about the code we're going to write. Writing the code is such a small percentage. Your dad's an amazing programmer, probably types 15 words per minute. Exactly, right? Certain things, I bet they can type real fast. Exactly, yeah. Optimizing for typing is something you should only do when you've already optimized for the other parts. If you can read and scan code like that, okay. If your thought process for what you need to code is really fast, then optimizing your typing speed might make sense. And my favorite anecdote is my mom is a hunt and peck typer, and she's a better programmer than my dad. My dad brags about his words per minute, though he doesn't type that fast anymore anyway. But he's, yeah, right? The people who brag about their words per minute are compensating for something. I'm a huge fan of DM Mulroy. He can type real fast and he's real good with Vim, but you know what I also see? He ends up undoing a lot of the code he writes. Very often. Very quickly. When instead, if he had just thought about what he wanted to type first, he wouldn't need to type all those characters. And again, I'm not trying to talk shit, I'm just trying to point out that it's a pattern I've seen. He types real fast and he's great with Vim, but you know what? If he just slowed down and thought more, his typing speed would be so much less relevant. And that doesn't mean that he isn't thinking when he's coding, but I do think that it's really hard to think while you're typing. So the more typing you do, the less you're actually like focusing on thinking through your problem. Type less, think more. That's the gist of it. Now, when you consider someone like the Primogen, he is already optimized for the thinking part. He is already optimized for the reading and scanning part. So for him, optimizing for typing speed might be worthwhile. Even then, when I do watch the Primogen streams, he deletes a lot, doesn't he? Now, he may have the argument that, well, he needs to type out the wrong thing first so he can know what to change about it. He revises a lot. I get that. But at the end of the day, you can think about the problem and then write out the part that you actually need. But there is an argument for you don't know that it's not what you wanted until you actually see it in front of you. I can see that. I can understand it, but it's not the way my brain works. And there, Weishtar, what I would get at is, as a product manager, you think WPM comes in handy, but couldn't you actually just buy some dictation software? Couldn't you just say what you want to write in an email, etc., and then have dictation software actually put the words into the text document? That'd probably be worth way more than optimizing for typing speed. We have the software, we have the technology. Typing prose is actually like so much less meaningful now that we have better technology. In my opinion. Isn't typing faster than speaking? Is it? I think only once you've like really, really, really optimized for it. Right? How fast do many people actually like speak? In the English language, people speak about 140 words per minute. Are you saying you type faster than 140 words per minute? Even if you're talking slowly, are you saying you type faster than 110 words per minute? The only people that type faster than speech are stenographers, and they're not doing standard home row QWERTY style keyboard stuff. They're using a specific keyboard to do so. Now, if you want to actually master a stenographer's keyboard for programming, then you can make that debate. Oh, if a company required a words per minute, I'm out. No, I don't want to work there. Hell no. Fuck no. There you go, Bystar. Yeah, you're breaking the sound barrier here, man. Okay, I got it. There you go. Nailed it. The amount of friction from all the keys being pressed actually melts your keyboard sometimes. You gotta slow down, right? The average lifespan of a switch for your keyboard is about a week, right? Before you melt the stem. Right? Yeah, cream paint. It'd be like a job paying programmers based on lines of code written. It's just the wrong metric. So yeah, I think that's the big point there. If you are doing a lot of email generation and, you know, documentation writing, rather than working on your typing speed, you might want to just focus on buying some dictation software. Whisper.cpp gets you there. For programming, yes, dictation isn't going to do it nearly as well. But we have auto-completion. We have IntelliSense, right? We have so many things where you just hit tab and you get lines of code written for you that you can then just modify it. Right? Like, typing speed is so irrelevant for general programming. Right? The speed of our tooling is important. The speed of our typing is not. Oh, I've never actually considered that Copilot has an audio input mode. I never even thought about that. Write me a for loop that starts at 0 and ends at 100. Boom, done, right? I never even thought about that. That's a great idea. That's kind of genius. Never even thought about that. I do remember going to Meteor Days. Do you guys remember Meteor? Right? The full stack framework before Next.js even existed, before it was even a thought. Meteor is the place that Apollo was spawned from. Evan You was working at Meteor and Apollo while he was working on Vue. Right? Meteor is actually like so foundational to a bunch of the stuff that we take for granted these days. It's kind of crazy. Well, that Meteor, I remember going to Meteor Days, which was like a national like event where here in Seattle we had an event. There was probably one in Texas and Silicon Valley and blah, blah, blah. It was just like this day, all these events happening across the world, people presenting about things. And someone at Meteor Days was talking about how they had massive carpal tunnel issues and they created like an audio dictation thing so that they could actually continue to code and type. When I simply start thinking like, yeah, number one, could they have just fixed their posture while they type? Right? Were they resting their hands on an armrest and then elevating their wrist? Anything other than neutral wrist position is actually your problem. So if you can get a keyboard that allows you neutral wrist position, you're good to go. You don't need to look at Dvorak. You don't need to look at other stuff. And again, typing should not be your bottleneck for coding. At all. People I've seen with really fancy keyboards and really fancy keyboard layouts like Dvorak, etc., or Colmac, or whatever. I still see them make the same bullshit, terrible mistake of when they reach for their backspace key, they move from the wrist to do so. That's their fucking problem. They should be moving from their elbows and shoulders, not their wrist. Should stop making micro adjustments from your wrist. It's that simple. It's massive. It's so impactful. Right? You got to make sure you're hover typing. You got to make sure that you're moving from the elbow and shoulder, not edging over per key. When you do that thousands of times a day, that is the repetitive stress injury that people are talking about. A split keyboard isn't going to save you from that. A kinesis ergo isn't going to save you from that if you are not actually practicing good posture while you type, and that includes making sure you are maintaining neutral wrist position at all times. That basically means never use a wrist rest, because the wrist rest basically forces you to angle up at the wrist, which puts undue pressure on the bottom part here, right? The opposite part of the way you're bending, that's where the pressure happens. So I would say split keyboards are massively important, not just because, you know, they allow you to like get this like other posture, but they allow you to change that posture throughout the day. So yes, your split keyboard allows you to like, well, yeah, right now I want to have a wide arm technique. Sure. Oh, you know what? Right now I want to get my elbows in at my chest. Sure. A split keyboard that is two separate things allows you to actually modify your posture throughout the day based upon how you're feeling. So I disagree, Baishtar, because Emacs, you're talking about like the modifier keys, right? You can bind those modifier keys to your thumb on a keyboard like the Moonlander, like the Voyager, etc. Right? So no, I would actually say like a good keyboard would save you from that as long as you're maintaining neutral wrist position while doing so. That's fine. And I totally understand that. Trying to do some weird like combination stuff where you got to hit control and then shift and then some other thing and then hit like, you know, yeah, I totally get that. Right? They're actually promoting non-neutral wrist position by doing so. But with the right keyboard and the right bindings, you can solve some of that. So is it necessarily a tool problem? It's more of a combination of your tools of that. All right, so real quick, though, we're going to do a checkout. Hold on. We've only got the one branch right now. Let's look at what they name their branches at traceloop/docs. See GK? Is that the person that made those changes? It is. All right, so we can do CMG. Sure. So yeah, open LLMetry snippet fixes. Yeah, there's a little bit to that. It's very similar to... Oh man, there was a great video about it. Let's see if we can find... Right, it's about authenticity or some BS. This dude. Why YouTubers hold microphones now. It's a long video, but dude, this guy makes really good videos. Like, holy shit. Right? I'm 41 minutes into it. I didn't even finish it. But it's basically a thing about authenticity. Right? Like this James Corden dude, I guess. It's supposed to feel like it's just a GoPro attached to his dashboard, but no, these segments are heavily produced. Massively heavily produced. So it's them faking authenticity. But really, like, YouTubers do the same thing of holding a lapel mic, which is actually like the most antithetical way you can do that. The lapel mic is supposed to be invisible and out of the way, but people holding it becomes like a signal for authenticity, right? Because it's very much the opposite of these overly produced other kinds of videos, right? But doing it for that reason is also extremely inauthentic. So it's a manipulation of your audience at that point, right? But it's very similar, right? Prime has the big old can headphones. He has the microphone right up in his face because there is something more authentic about doing that. Now, I'm not saying that's the only reason he does it, but that is like a thing. When you see someone doing that, it feels more like a streamer thing to do. Rather than the shotgun mic I have that's totally out of my face. I don't gotta worry about moving it into place and doing some BS, right? Thor, Pirate Software, does it because it allows him to get that real sweet radio voice stuff because the bass in our voice doesn't travel as far. Right? It's like a lower bandwidth energy that doesn't transfer as far. So he can really optimize for that bassy effect, right? That radio DJ voice thing, right? By having it right up in his face. He also heavily modulates that stuff with DSTs, which is fine. Like, you know, it's like, it's part of his signature at this point. So I get it. You know, there's something to it. Some psychologist could probably talk with him and figure out, like, exactly why he does it that way. But he likes having that deep radio host style voice. I have a little bit of an EQ on my voice. Prime is identified by his very squeaky voice, which is the nice way of phrasing that. It's just a higher pitched voice that he's not worrying about or being self-conscious about. Does he need the thing up in his face anymore? No. Right? He could totally be using a shotgun microphone, and his voice would transfer through just fine. No, I get it. Most people don't like the sound of their own voice. That's human nature. There's something where, like, what we hear in our head due to, like, the reverberation of sound is different from what other people hear. And when we hear what other people hear, it doesn't feel right. Doesn't mean it's bad, but because it feels different, we are self-conscious about it. If you've ever seen my clip of when I dislocated my shoulder here on stream, it specifically happened because I was avoiding my microphone. So the shotgun mic here is actually like a health concern for me. Not having the mic that I'm trying to avoid means I'm not putting my shoulder in like a really, really weird like position to try and avoid it. Answering machines? Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, duh. Who here actually has their voice on their voicemail? I haven't set up like a voicemail message in over a decade. I haven't done it. You actually get less like spam, right? from like bullshit marketeers, etc. when you don't have that, because they assume that it might be an out of use number. So you can actually cut down on the amount of like voicemail spam you get by not having a voicemail message. That's a life hack right there. Ah, there you go. I mean, yes. If I got someone to, like, if I did a cameo and had them record the message for me, yeah, I'd totally do that. Like, duh. Ooh. I want to get Alan Tudyk to just do some random, like, voices for me of, like, my voicemail message now. That'd be amazing. Oh, that'd be so good. Oh, interesting, Cream Pain. Yeah, here in the US, we don't have that, right? Spam junk mail, right? Like junk mail to your mailbox, like physical mailbox, is actually a constitutionally protected form of free speech. They can't prevent people from sending you junk mail. They can't do it. It's kind of like crazy that way. Right? That's why we get so much junk mail, because it's impossible to actually prevent it. Doing so would actually infringe on people's free speech. Yeah, at least they had to pay the state for it. Yeah, there you go. All right, so real quick, I do got to go pee. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. What about spam, the processed meat? I don't like spam! Nah, spam's fine. I don't know. I don't mind it. Man, it's been a long time since I had any, but I wouldn't mind it. There's definitely some, like, sushi that involves, like, spam from time to time, right? Like, the Japanese do something with, like, spam for sushi sometimes. I wouldn't mind trying that. I'd be down. Yeah, why not? But, BRB, I gotta go pee. I'll see you in a sec. Yep. Man, yeah, I'm really stoked that that Graham from Growth Book hooked me up with some swag. Like, yeah, just really cool dude. I didn't take any vitamin D today. I was out in the sun a little bit, but not as much as I need to. So yeah, let's get some vitamin D. For some reason, talking about spam made me think of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, at which point my brain jumps to, I like to push the pram a lot. Like, my God, dude, anyone who's ever seen it, you're welcome. Now it's stuck in your head, too. I don't even think they reference spam, but for some reason it rhymes enough that my brain goes, oh yeah. Now I gotta listen to the song in my head. Enjoy. Oh, yeah, no, vitamin D is essential. Your body needs it. You got to make sure you don't overdo it because it does get stored up. It is a fat-soluble vitamin. So fat-soluble vitamins are actually something you can OD on, but you'd have to do so much vitamin D for that to happen that, you know, like a daily vitamin D pill is not going to kill you, typically. If you live in Washington State or anywhere around like the 49th parallel or above, you absolutely need to take vitamin D during the winter because even if it's sunny during the winter and you're out and about, it's at like such a tilt of the planet that the sun is not strong enough for you to create enough vitamin D yourself. So during the winter, daily vitamin D is absolutely necessary. You know, at certain parallels, etc. You had it prescribed because you had none. And yeah, dude, like your body needs vitamin D to function. For sure. I forget the exact mechanisms and all that stuff, like what fails when you don't have it, but it's a major, major thing, for sure. So I think that part's good. Let me just double check. Initialize. Let me just double check this actually works. What does that error actually mean? And what's up, Hurt? How you doing? Logic and programming logic, you can't do it yourself. The key would be to start trying to build something, right? Try and make something. And typically that'll involve a framework and some like boilerplate tools, etc. Decide what you want to make. I would recommend personally to just start up with Free Code Camp. Even if you don't want to be a web dev, web development is the quickest way to see results from what you're doing. And the more you actually like program, the more it'll make sense, but I really do recommend doing Free Code Camp. Yeah, you want to be full stack. I totally get that. But you got to start out somewhere. And you can see the results quickest by starting out HTML, CSS, then JavaScript. And then once you understand JavaScript, making an API for JavaScript is much easier too. Right? Like a back-end API using Node.js. Totally makes sense. You're learning React now. Sure. I want to make sure, though, that your HTML, CSS chops are good, because React won't help you if you don't actually understand HTML and CSS first. A solid fundamental base of HTML and CSS is required for any web dev, even back-end people. I would say go do Free Code Camp, man. We just gave you the link. If you're good at it, then it should be quick, right? If you already know it, then it's not going to take you very long to do it. So either it's a good refresher or you're actually doing the learning that you needed to do. Either way, I recommend Free Code Camp. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Exactly, Delta. Yeah, the separation of front end from back end is still full stack, but that clean separation of front end consuming a REST API is one of the most fundamental patterns you can learn. But first, you need to understand front end to build out the front end for it that can then communicate to a back end. So yeah, you went back and refreshed your JS knowledge and learned a bunch of stuff you didn't know for ES6. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, good work. Free Code Camp is free. So I highly recommend it for anyone trying to get into programming in any way. And yeah, how's everyone doing on this nice, fine Sunday? It's rare for me to stream on a Sunday, So I'm stoked to be here with y'all. We're just having some fun, chatting, bullshitting, getting a little bit of code done. I could probably be getting more code done. But I'm trying to evaluate what else we need to fix about this, and I'm seeing some bug with this decorator that's kind of a bummer. And I don't know how to fix that. Oh, so hold up. That's one part of it. Argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type partial decorator config. Who does not exist on partial decorator config? Where do we see the definition of decorator config? Bisifo. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. You're working on some design patterns. Nice. And when you're saying design patterns, you mean things like the factory pattern and the adapter pattern and some of that stuff, right? Like the Gang of Four type stuff. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the comment. I just spilt out myself a bit. It's fine. It's whiskey. Gang of Four specifically. Using C# for it. Nice. Yeah. Hold on. There was a good website I had found at one point, and I know I'm gonna forget it. Refactoring.guru might actually be it. Ooh, I think that was actually it. Yeah, I think it's refactoring.guru. This is the site. Yeah, this one's great. Dude, such a good website. Yeah, Omun, exactly. It's such a good site. Yeah, it took me a second. I didn't remember it specifically, but I did remember the raccoon. Like, once I saw it, I knew that was it. That's the one you're using. Perfect. Yeah, great stuff. I will say, at some point, knowing these things is worthwhile. Memorizing them is less worthwhile. At the end of the day, if you consume enough software, you end up dealing with the patterns anyway, right? So, if you've ever used a query builder, right? That type of like DSL for building out SQL queries using a, function calls as they build out a thing. That pattern is one of these patterns. I forget the name of it. I totally forget the name of it. I think it's the builder pattern, actually. Yep. Yeah, so the builder pattern, right? If you use enough software and you're aware of some of these patterns, you'll actually start seeing them all over the place, right? They exist in all the software we consume. Memorizing their names isn't as helpful. That's fine. If you want to do so for practice, I think that's a good idea. At the end of the day, you don't need to build the things that do these things, but consuming libraries that do these things would be worthwhile. So the factory pattern is something you would be really exposed to from a lot of like Angular code, in general, right? They got the factories, they got the services, they got blah, 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 right? Yeah, in Angular, the service pattern is basically a factory. And dependency injection is like a way that happens and works, and it's worth understanding. But you don't need to build it yourself from scratch. Seeing how other people build things helps you build things too. So it's more useful to like use something practically than try and just like build something for the sake of using a pattern. So as I mentioned, a query builder where you've got like a thing and then it's like dot select and you pass the thing you're selecting on, dot where, and it's the thing you're doing a where clause for, right? A good like SQL query builder is incredibly useful. Exactly, right? Like my biggest point there, Bisifo, I'm sorry, I'm saying your name terribly, I bet, is that the more software you make, the more familiar you will be with these patterns without even needing to know their name. As you use a pattern and like it, you can rebuild it yourself, no problem. So I would say instead of worrying about using patterns, try and instead identify these patterns as you build things. You don't need to write it yourself, but identifying when some other library is using that pattern would be more useful. Don't necessarily worry about building them yourself, but instead consider how you can identify them in the future. And that might be really useful. Right? Once you identify how certain things are using these patterns, then it makes sense for when you try to build something later. Well, yeah, do I want the user experience of how SQL does this thing? Well, yeah, once you see that you like that, you might really enjoy making some other API follow that pattern because you enjoyed the way that it didn't matter the order you do it in, right? With a good query builder, you don't have to do it step by step in a specific order as long as you are checking all the boxes of the query builder. Like, literally, I'm talking about a good query builder. So, in Elixir, Ecto is just a query builder with some other stuff on top. It's not an ORM, right? And concentrating on using a query builder for generating your SQL statements is, number one, more performant than most ORMs are going to be, but also, it's just a really good pattern. So I would say, instead, as you build things and consume well-tested and well-built libraries, your better benefit is identifying these patterns in the wild, rather than making some contrived solution that does the pattern for the sake of just using a pattern. So it's SIPO. Okay, yeah, SIPO. I can say that. Perfect. And real quick, someone asked a question. What's my take on the Odin project? I've heard it's great. Yeah, Odin project, free code camp. I don't actually have a preference. I just think free code camp, we have the command, and whichever one you want to use, go for it. No matter what, just pick one. Don't flip-flop between a bunch of other tutorials, etc. Your goal should be to go through one of these, like, free boot camp things, and then start building stuff. And you're going to build stuff that sucks. That's the process. You're going to build stuff that, you work yourself into a corner, and it sucks trying to do something outside of the way you pigeonholed that application. And then your next app can be built using that knowledge. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second, Kinslayer. 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, Kinslayer. Yeah, you can do links here in the future. Let me double check yours. Boot.dev. I know nothing about boot.dev. Hold on, wait. Is that Lane's thing? Is that the one that, like, Bad Cop works for? It's like a front-end mentors competitor, but they do, like, the Lord of the Rings stuff. Or, like, the fantasy version of it. Yeah, no, that's cool. Seems great. No worries, Jerry. I do want to say you may actually have OCD, but I don't like that term being thrown around. You know, you may have a clinical diagnosis, and that's fine. So you didn't use it in a context that was wrong, but I do push back when people try and use that label. Yeah. I prefer, like, you got whatever you got. We all got shit. We all got stuff going on that we got to work through. By labeling ourselves or treating that as like a thing that's why we do a thing, I think it becomes a crutch, personally. Yeah, right? And it's easy for someone to be like, well, someone said I'm this thing, so now that's my excuse for why I do this. When instead, we're all human. We all have flaws that we consider flaws, maybe not necessarily a flaw, but we all have things that we consider flaws that we can work around, regardless of the label for it, regardless of whatever. So if you got ADD, you got OCD, you got whatever, I'm not a fan of, like, relying on those labels to explain it. Because we can all be better about it. We can all do whatever we think we need to fix. I'm not saying you need to fix anything, but if you think you need to fix something, you don't need the label to do so. So I think that's my biggest thing, right? When people are on, like, the Asperger or autism spectrum, right? Technically, it's a spectrum. We're all on it somewhere. No one's at the extreme end of either of it. There's no such thing as 100% autistic or 0% autistic. We're all somewhere within the spectrum of within it, right? My biggest point is that relying upon those labels doesn't actually help us. If you take medication for it and it's prescribed, well, then that's the thing. Go for it. But using it as an excuse for anything doesn't help you, doesn't help other people. Instead, the thing you want to improve about yourself, you can just do that regardless of the label. Yeah, I mean, I want to make sure that we're not digging too far into exploring the labels, etc. My goal is to point out that we all have things we consider flaws. Relying on a label for that is actually less helpful. It might help you understand it, might help you work through it, but honestly, it becomes a crutch. Right? It becomes an excuse rather than a thing that helps you be better. But I also wanted to point out that we get people here throwing around the term OCD just because they're slightly obsessive. Yeah, being slightly obsessive is not having OCD. They are not the same exact thing. You can be obsessive without actually having a disorder, you know? So I don't like people throwing around those terms. That's all I'm getting at there. If you want to say that you are obsessive, you can say that. But don't say you have OCD just because you like your food cooked a certain way. That's not the same thing. Yeah, I think we get each other. So I appreciate that. I don't want to dwell on this subject because inevitably someone will clutch their pearls over it. And it's not a topic that's actually that fun to talk about. Yeah, no worries, Kiddo Kibu. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate the sub, man. Yeah, thank you. Have a good night. Enjoy your food. See you again soon. I will try and remember to send out that invite with the proper thing. Right? still haven't done it. I need to remember to do so. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, clutching their pearls, that's a very common phrase, Owen. But yeah, it's like when people get offended for no good reason, basically. Right? They're just looking to be offended, typically. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, talk to you soon. Enjoy your meal. Later. Oh, yeah, I'd say look it up and understand the true context of it. I should probably do that at some point. But back to, you know, Free Code Camp, Odin Project, Boot.dev, Front-End Mentors. They're all fine. I don't have a dog in the race, really. I don't care. As long as you pick one and you do it, the worst thing you could do is get into tutorial hell, right? Where you do all of them and you keep bouncing back and forth because you're not learning enough. Right? You're not giving yourself a chance to actually apply anything you learn because you spend all your time just learning. Right? Learning is only valuable when it's applied to something in the real world. So the moment you finish one of these things, like boot.dev or whatever, build something. Until you apply that knowledge, it's all theoretical and it's all meaningless. Learning is only useful when it is applied to something. That's fine, Owen. I think you would actually be better off building stuff. My first day on the job, that's a fuzzy thing, right? Like I did freelance for a long time. Or not a long time, but at least like 3 or 4 years before I got my first dev job. I built out Magento sites and WordPress sites and other stuff for people. Do we count those? Or do we count my first day on the job at a full-time role? I think that's tougher. It's fuzzy. I already had the experience of like the client handoff, you know, like. So my biggest point is that my path is not your path. Worrying about how other people did it just isn't worthwhile to me. I think the big thing though, SIPO, is that using someone else's anecdotal story stuff isn't going to help you. Your first day at your first full-time job is going to be vastly different from mine. It's going to be vastly different from everyone else. There may be some common threads, but trying to over-prep for that isn't going to help you. Instead, build stuff. That's the only thing you need to do for prep. Build stuff. Build something that you can confidently talk to in the interview. That way you can even get the first job. Once you get that first job, your experience there is going to be its own special, unique snowflake. So someone else's special, unique snowflake of their first day on the job isn't going to help you. Ooh, I mean, Kinslayer. Drop the. It's cleaner. That's fine. SIPO. Yep, I agree. That is a very common thing. That's not unique to you. That's actually a very common cross-cutting thing that happens. Instead, right? Let me put it this way. Sorry, not instead. People think they need to learn the perfect language. They need to learn the right language, the right framework. There's no such thing. Right? It's all context-based. It's based upon what you're trying to do. It's based upon what jobs are available in your area. Like, all that stuff is unique to you for the most part. So instead, what I'm saying is, I think a lot of that comes from the idea that learning the wrong thing is a waste of time. And that's actually 100% false. Learning anything tech-wise and building something is progress. You're not taking a step back because you have to learn a new language or framework. You're actually right there where you are, and the next language and the next framework keep pushing you farther along. Right? Learning cold fusion and building something with it, and then learning another language is not a step back. Because the more languages you learn, the more you realize they're basically the same. They have different syntax and standard libraries, sure. They have different patterns, sure. But at the end of the day, the logic is similar. And you need to practice building stuff out using logic. That's it. The language is actually so much less important. You should get good at learning new languages. Because after you learn one, then you learn another, then you learn another. By the time you get to like number 4 or 5, learning a new language is easy. It's a week. You're going to learn the syntax for it and you're done. What is logic? It is the branching of the business application, right? It's the idea of an if statement. That is logic. The idea of a for loop. That is logic. That logic is portable from every single language. They're all the same thing. There are for loops in pretty much every language. The syntax might change, but the logic of it, what is happening, how the data is manipulated, right? The basic patterns of how you decide what to do in your application, that is logic. No worries. Yeah, it's good to clarify. But yes, an if statement, a for loop, a while loop. Those patterns, that logic, exists everywhere. Understanding how to use that logic in new languages becomes easier and easier when you recognize that most of this stuff is actually just the same, with just different syntax. What I would actually recommend, at this point, Tricky, is looking into a college curriculum logic class. You're not writing programming at all, right? Logic, from a logic class, is actually breaking things down into the binary versions of branching thought patterns, right? Thought patterns, etc. That logic is applicable to programming, it's applicable to hardware circuits, it's applicable to, right? Okay, you've taken logic classes and it kicked your ass, right? Because you might not have been looking at it as a general pattern. You were focusing on the thing that they were trying to apply logic to, right? You can apply logic for understanding someone's, like, prose, something they're writing. You can apply logic to what are they actually saying, etc. So now you see the pattern, but at first it didn't make sense. I totally get that, for sure. But at the end of the day, that same logic for parsing someone's like thesis argument is actually the same logic for doing branching like if-else statements in coding. That's just logic at the end of the day. Rationalizing how to get from point A to point B. So Bychart, yeah, data types are useful, but really, like, yes, data types and logic, right? Data types are applied logic at that point, right? Algorithms are applied logic at that point. All that stuff is portable. For sure. Yeah, exactly there, Tricky. Yep. Yeah, so data types and algorithms are just applied logic. I think that's the best way of understanding it. And they are all portable from language to language, because they all have the same Turing-complete mechanisms for logic. And again, I'm not saying I'm the expert here. I'm actually like rationalizing these thoughts myself, some of them for the first time, like making these like analogies and trying to explain my approach to this stuff and what I understand about it. I'm not saying I'm the expert. I'm actually evaluating some of this as I'm saying it. And by doing so, I'm improving my own understanding of it. So keep that in mind. I'm not the teacher here. I'm just a fellow student. If you apply that thinking, that mentality to your career of not being the expert, not being the teacher, and simply being a fellow student, you'll go real far. The more we learn, the more we realize we have more to learn. I get that tricky. Yep, and that's tough, right? Trying to teach something from a theoretical standpoint versus a real-world standpoint, those are, yeah, they're fundamentally different things. But the more you learn, the better you get at learning things, the more you're able to actually connect theory and application, or theory and practicality. The more stuff you build, the easier it is to make those connections too. So again, like the number one thing I want to say is you can spend all your time learning stuff until you apply it, until you build something with it. That knowledge is meaningless. Functional programming versus object-oriented programming. You can do the same thing with both. In the same way that you can typically do any recursive algorithm with a loop. It just requires thinking about the problem differently. Anything done with recursion can be done in a loop-based mechanism. Anything done with a loop can probably be done recursively. It just requires thinking about the problem slightly differently. Yep, for sure. All right, so for some reason, we've got a failure here of their syntax. I don't think I'm trying to tackle that right now, as far as the fix we're trying to make for someone else's documentation. I disagree. Very few jobs actually care if you're doing functional versus object-oriented. As long as you are not rigidly adhering to either. You can apply functional programming stuff in any job that's doing Java that is fundamentally object-oriented. Yeah, you can write functional code inside of Java just fine. Whether the team accepts it and wants to merge it, that is then up to the code review process. And at some point, yeah, if your senior says it should be done a different way, well then just do it a different way. Fuck it, whatever. It's a good learning opportunity. But yes, I think we have done all we needed for this. What I do want to do is make sure that we are annotating this as we should. Ah, shit. Hold on. Alright, so we do that part, and last but not least, probably want to do that part. Those are the big ones. Yeah, for sure. So, yep, we got a good image to explain the PR that we're about to make. I would say we've done all we really can to make this work. Let's look at the diff. It's a single line change with 3 things we're changing, which is kind of funny. They could mess up so much within only a single line. That's kind of crazy to me. Like, how could they make that so far off? It happens, right? Because I think TypeScript is an afterthought for them. Right? Their target customer is using Python. Now, here's another thing we want to do to verify what they are doing at this company. So, trace loop docs. We do see that they are using the fix colon, docs colon, chore colon, whatever, right? Hey, yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, update main TypeScript snippet to be more correct. Sure. Nope, hold on. We want to do this as CMG. They do not have a template that we should follow. Okay. The code snippet on this specific page is not accurate how it should be. Assumed. In fact, it wouldn't even compile. I guess it's an unordered list. So yeah, there's the trace loop capitalization. The imported SDK is lowercase. but the line change uses a capitalized. Right, then next up, what's the other thing? Hold on, let's look at it. There is, init is actually initialize. And it's actually that according to the index.d.ts file. The config for initialize takes in an object with app name as a prop, not app name. Yeah, no worries there, Sipo. Sipo, there we go. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Yeah, enjoy. Yeah, learn those design patterns, but then apply them. And also, do your best to try and recognize them in the things that you build, right? In the libraries you consume, etc. Try and rationalize and think about why those libraries chose that pattern in general. Oh, and hold on. What's this one? There we go. Right? So, man, we've already done some amazing open source work just trying to do the thing we're doing, right? And this is what you can do. You're trying to like wonder, at least someone out there, right? A hypothetical person in the audience is wondering, how can I contribute to open source? Try and build stuff and see where their docs suck. Boom, right? The easiest way to contribute. Try and actually use the thing using the snippets they give you. And if those snippets are not correct, hey, you can contribute to open source to fix it. Documentation is typically the easiest way to contribute to open source. At some point, you might find other stuff, sure. But at least for this use case, bam, if they merge this in, I've contributed to highlight.io. I've contributed to Traceloop just by trying to use a thing and finding out where their docs were broken for the way I was trying to use it. Open source is for everybody. So if you can solve this problem for yourself, you're actually solving it for other people too. Microsoft's Dapper. Ooh, what is Dapper? Yeah, I'm curious, Surly. And before we hear what Surly has to say there, I want to just follow this up. Follow up that previous statement with, it's okay. No company should feel bad about documentation being wrong. We all make mistakes. The key is, can we help fix it? And that is a team effort. That's all of us together, working towards a common goal. So yeah, don't make someone feel bad for a mistake. Instead, try and help them fix it. Because we all make mistakes. We all need a little help sometimes. And that is the essence of open source. Happy accidents. No such thing as a mistake here. No, they're just happy little accidents. No big deal. Exactly. Exactly. I think you just gave me a good idea, right? Like, hold on. You know how I have that, like, Bob Ross, like... Where is it? Hold on. Right? I need to turn this into an emote, don't I? That needs to be an emote, right? Yeah, alright. Okay. It's just this emote, right? It's just my smiley face, and I did a little Photoshop magic. Right? What you see below. But yeah, I need to turn that into an emote here. Alright. Touche. Touche. Right? That style? Fuck yeah. I did a similar thing here, but I put less effort into it. I tried to do it with, like, the helmet, but it just didn't work. So yeah, I just slapped my face on top of it instead. I'm actually really pumped on that progression. Yeah, so like for my first real video, picking colors on the web, 1.3, right? For the Dread.js, 2K. Side projects, hell, 1.5, okay. Considered harmful, 1.5. This one will count not as part of it, but then like, yeah, like the macros in JavaScript. Kind of killing it, right? 3.7. Is it crazy numbers like Theo or Prime? No. But I'm stoked on it. It can always be better. Number can go up. Chris or Ross. There we go. Then it'd be even better. Yeah, so how do we feel about this PR? Are we good? Is there stuff I should change about it? I feel like we're good. So yeah, I'm an open source contributor now. It's that easy. If you see something that isn't right in a tool you're using, you can actually help fix it. Don't get discouraged if they don't merge it, or if they don't want to change it, or if they want to do something totally different. Maybe instead of, and hold on, if we look at it, maybe instead of lowercasing this, they wanted to change the import to a capital T instead. Okay, I'm not going to be bummed. Fuck it, who cares? If they discard my PR and make their own to fix it, whatever, as long as the issue gets fixed. That's the important part. Hold on. Wait. The Primogen. One second. Let me just do this tweet. Alright, so yeah, how's everyone doing today? You enjoying your Sunday? Got any fun plans for the coming week? Any stuff like that? I won't be here for 5 days, and man, I stream a lot. Not being here on stream for 5 days is gonna be weird. It makes me feel strange every time it happens. So what are you all gonna do without me? What are you even gonna do without me? I don't know. You probably, yeah, you got all sorts of stuff you can do. I'm just having fun. Yeah, I will be out of town from Monday through Friday. I'll be back here on Saturday. So we'll be back on this stream on Saturday for sure. I know, you're gonna actually get some reasonable sleep. Oh, there you go. You may watch Detectorists. Sun rays are gonna kill me? I mean, I'll be inside most of the time. I wear hoodies, or I might not wear a hoodie while I'm out there, but I will be wearing at least a flannel, something to cover the arms. I'll have the beanie. I might get a little bit of sun on, like, this portion here, but that's about it. But yes, the sun is trying to kill me. The sun is trying to murder all of us, technically. I am off to Atlanta, yes, which is very true for Trulugomo and their comment. Yes, the sun in Atlanta is going to try and kill me. Hey, Simon Joyd, how you doing? Thank you for lurking the other night. Yeah, a little bummed you didn't join us, but I get it if you had other stuff to do. That was a really, really, really good session, though. Man, had a blast. Like, that was super fun. Yeah, you totally missed it. How dare you? No, I did see that you were lurking like you said you would. I really appreciate it. But yeah, what were you up to today? And here's the next question, right? We saw some people with the sailboat for TwitchCon. Are you going to be at TwitchCon this year? I feel like it's fairly close to where you are. It's like, you know, it's a drive away rather than like a plane flight, right? Because it's back in San Diego this year. Yeah, TwitchCon is back in San Diego. Exactly. It's so close. Like, why wouldn't you show up? You should. Absolutely. For sure. We tried to do it last year where, like, you know, I was willing to kick some money for it. Cotter, I assume you know Cotter, but maybe not. Cotter was, like, trying to help us book out some place for, like, a software and game dev party. I think in San Diego, it's actually more doable. So, yeah, I'm going to, like, try and, like, rally that again. I'm going to throw some money towards it, and then we can have, like, a full-on, like, software and game dev party. That'd be amazing, right? The first TwitchCon I went to, oh shit, what's their name? What's their name? Hold on. What's like the stream team? What's like the biggest stream team for software devs here in this category? Live Coders. Yes, thank you, Owen. Yes, thank you. Live Coders had a party that I totally crashed. And it was awesome. And it was one of those things where, like, they had to book out, like, a certain amount of booze, right? To, like, you know, justify it was like a $5,000 minimum or some junk for it. And they didn't get anywhere close to that number. So when I was sitting there, like, trying to order, like, whiskey, I was like, oh, yeah, I don't want to, like, cost them too much, so I'll order some other whiskey. And the waitress was like, no, they've got a minimum that they're nowhere close to. Order whatever you want. So that was really cool. It was at, like, a full-on whiskey bar. It was really cool. And No Op Cat was there. Like, you know, like, it was a really cool thing that Codephobia kind of, like, brought me into. And that was awesome. Yeah, if you want to book out, like, a venue at a bar, they'll happily oblige you, but there will be, like, a minimum for the space and, like, the amount of, like, booze you'll have to consume. I don't think it was $5,000. I don't know what the number was. I just threw that out there as a thing. But yes, like, a lot of those spaces will have a mandatory minimum that they're going to bill people for as, like, a group to hang out there for, like, a space of the bar. And they were nowhere near close to it. So the more people we get there, the better. Oh, Weasel, are you heading? But what I'm getting at is, no. What I'm trying to say is I'm going to help try and, like, throw, like, I don't know, like $1,000 towards it. So that people can just hang out, have some whiskey, and chill. Like, yeah. That's my goal. I want to at least try and plan out some kind of night for the software and game dev category. Pretty sure the Primogen, some other people are interested too. I'm not trying to, like, volunteer them for any, like, monetary thing, but I'm willing to throw $1,000 towards bringing us all together for a hangout session. And I think it's more doable in San Diego. Because in Vegas, it was kind of insane. Yeah, like, Cotter tried looking into it, and it just didn't work. But in San Diego, it's totally doable. And yeah, faffing, exactly. Yeah, because that space would generate X amount of money theoretically, so to have the staff and like the space dedicated to another thing, there's like a mandatory minimum they need to justify having your group. For sure. Yep. But yeah, sorry. What were you doing on stream today there, Time Enjoy? And welcome everyone from the raid. We just did some open source contributions for some documentation that was incorrect. So yesterday we discovered that Highlight.io had a flaw in one of their code snippets for a thing we were doing. So we made a PR yesterday for that. And then today we discovered that this TypeScript snippet for OpenLLMetry is totally broken, right? Can y'all spot what is broken about it? There's at least one thing that's immediately obvious. There's maybe a second that you can spot. And then the third would actually require you like trying to do this in your editor to figure out what's broken. But there are 3 very big things wrong with this code snippet to where you cannot copy and paste it and have it work. Ooh, opened a new gifted tarot deck that's mushroom themed. Nice. Tried to do some Golang and Postgres stuff. Nice. I did remember seeing you comment on Stragger's thing. Did that go anywhere? If you can say. If not, no worries. Is that why you're trying to like beef up on the Golang? Oh, what a jerk. How dare he? What a jerk. No, I get it. I understand. He probably had other people he's looking at. Someone maybe more qualified. I mean, that's just a... That sucks. I bet he could have involved you at a contract level in some way. No, I get that, but for a contractor, he's only spending money for the time you put in, and he is massively underpaying for that, by the way. So I actually question anybody he's hiring that's willing to accept the rate he advertised. They're not that experienced. Unless he's like dealing with someone from a totally different country where the exchange rate makes it make sense. Like, he is massively underpaying for that level of experience he was looking for. Think of the exposure! Yeah, right? Uh-huh. You can't eat exposure. They're not going to accept exposure at the grocery store as like a form of currency. You can die of overexposure. Yeah. Okay, touche. So Faffin went like dirty with it. Touche. No, I get that time. I don't know, man. I can understand that. At some point, there is some like value to altruism. I knew someone back when I was doing freelancing, right? And I was trying to stop freelancing because I had just gotten my first full-time job, where I wanted them to take over some of this stuff for a friend's Magento site. They knew nothing about Magento, they knew nothing about WordPress and how these things were wiring together and blah, blah, blah. And maybe they didn't even know PHP. But at the end of the day, I took some time out of my schedule to pair with them, to help them figure some of this stuff out. They got it fixed outside of that pairing session. Afterwards, they got paid for it and they could put it on their resume. And they ended up getting hired at Amazon shortly after. because their resume actually had that line item and they had some actual real working experience for a client, etc. Like, that was huge. Could I have done the work myself? Could I have done it faster? Maybe. But at some point, you can help other people out. And helping other people out, it basically costs you nothing if you do it right. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I fundamentally disagree. If I was doing anything that I could pay someone for, I would be reaching out to people in the community. But, right, like, so much of life is not a zero-sum game. Just doing something for other people for the sake of doing it is worthwhile. And if I'm being honest, yes, no, it does seem perfectly in character for Stragger to not do anything in that regard. He might be a fine person to chat with, etc., but as far as helping people out, I don't think that's actually his goal in a lot of things. His stream content where he helps people do a thing, no, he did that because he knew it would get better viewer numbers. I'm almost willing to bet money on it. He did it because he knew it would help him out. He wasn't doing it just to help people. He was doing it because he knew it would boost his numbers better. So yeah, just one of those things. I might get along with him, hanging out and chatting, but he's not someone I'd probably want to actually hang out with on a regular basis, just because we have fundamentally different outlooks on life. I can get along with anyone in short spurts. And that's all I kind of want to say on it. So, sorry, that's on me. We can move on. Sometimes helping people is its own reward. I could see that there, Faffin. Yeah, right? Zero-sum games they're a bummer. It is not Faffin. That's actually the thing we're trying to replace. So that is part of what we're doing here today, very slowly, obviously. No, and it just doesn't work. Like, Vapi just hasn't been doing that for us. So instead, we're trying to build out our own bot that will do so. And that's kind of what we're working on. We're also trying to do this in a way that allows us to use open LLMetry, which is a thing you see on screen, and we tried to help them fix their source code snippets and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, like, that's where we kind of got sidetracked. Now, what we got here, I can close this now, because we're done with it. My next bit, though, is we need to start thinking about the UI for this tool that is basically going to be focused on just, like, what I need to do with it and how that works. And I'm going to be self-hosting it as just, like, a script on my stream machine. But after I launch some other things that I think could be a product, such as finishing launching what we got for Vexilla, finishing launching Walter for prepaid billing as a service, Once I've done all that, then I would love to use that, right? I would love to use Walter, especially, to prove out the use case in some other projects, right? I want to dog food the things I build inside of, like, you know, small, probably not even profitable tools. And one of those small, not even profitable tools is the chatbot thing that we made for streamers, right? I think there is value to that. So, yes, it's not something I'm going to prioritize now. But I would love to use my prepaid billing as a service tool to build out other products. And one of those would be a streamer-focused, like, voice API thing, like what we were doing before. So that's the main goal. Yes, we will be building that out eventually once I finish some other things to dog food those things and, you know, be our own user at that point to test out what we're doing and all that stuff. So Raw Woke, if you're unhappy, making someone else happy is a great short-term fix, but eventually you need to address your own unhappiness. I disagree. Like, I disagree on the premise that making someone else happy is because you're unhappy. Right? That's a false premise right there. Yes, you do need to address your own unhappiness, but doing something to help someone out is not just for your own personal gain of helping someone out. At all. Like, no, like, if I'm being honest, the person I'm talking about previously that helped me build out the rest of that Magento stuff, yeah, the amount of effort I put into teaching them and going through some of this, like, Magento specific stuff or WordPress specific stuff, sure, that took some time from me. And during that time, could I have actually just written the code that I was, like, subcontracting them for? Maybe. But me not having to care about that was already a gain. Like a massive gain. There is more to helping people than just what you immediately gain from it, from feeling good about it. And I didn't have to care about this thing getting built because I knew they were good at what they do. They just didn't know the syntax or the frameworks that we were using. And I could help them understand that. And I understood it more by explaining it to someone. So I gained simply from the human connection of having a meeting with someone. Because I was a remote freelancer the entire time. Talking with another dev is always beneficial. But I also didn't have to actually do the bug change or the fix, or I forget what the actual thing was. Right? Like, I gained. They gained. We all gained. It was mutually beneficial. It's not like I was doing it out of the goodness of my heart. I didn't want to do that work. It's that easy, right? Right? I gained regardless of what I gained by someone else gaining something. Because I didn't have to actually do that work. At some point, helping someone, regardless of how it helps you, is still valuable. So yeah, I think just simply, that was a very cynical take. Fafinabu, I believe. Right? That was you, correct? I don't want to assign it to the wrong person. Raw Woke. Sorry, Raw Woke. I think that's a very cynical take on helping people. If you are a cynical individual, then that's your view on life, and no one can change that. I'm not trying to change that. But it is a very cynical take. And I say this as a person that considers themselves a cynic. I'm a skeptic and a cynic in many, many ways. Helping people is still more valuable than none. I gotcha, but treating it as a thing to, like, fix your own unhappiness is a cynical take. So whether cynicism is something that you lend yourself to, the comment you made was cynical, right? If you look at it objectively, I think you'd arrive at the same conclusion. I am a cynic. But I still find value in just, you know, if the world is better than you left it based upon an action, even cynicism can't counter that. Personally, right? And I know we're getting like really philosophical. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Does it mean I go out of my way to do so? Hell no. But I do find value in helping people. Right? When it makes sense. I'm not going to do it purely out of the goodness of my heart. I was gaining something from this entire situation. But I recognize that by me gaining something, they could gain something too. That's like the best case scenario for any action you can take in life. If you gain and another person gains, right? Like, that is one of the most valuable things you can do in life, in my opinion. No, I would say go back and look at what you typed. It wasn't doing it just to improve my own happiness. It did do it, but like, I think the second part of your comment is actually what made it more cynical than I think you intended. So I would go try and reread that comment that you made from like a third-party perspective, without your own internal like thoughts about what you meant. Right? Try and read it without understanding what you meant. And it could be a tone thing. It could be that it's a translation thing. I get it. But yeah, something about it seemed more cynical than I think you intended. That's all. Real quick though, I wanted to do this before we got the Time Enjoyed raid. I have to go pee so bad. I've been actually like holding it. I think I'm like wiggling in my seat while I do it. I gotta go use the restroom. So give me a second. I'm gonna go pour some more water while I do so. I'll be right back. But yeah, I'll see y'all in a sec. BRB. And I'm back. Greco and the Cabot. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. A misunderstanding goes both ways. So I apologize for that. Right? I misunderstood you as well. So I share at least half the blame there because miscommunication is a two-way street. The way I interpreted it was probably wrong. Oh, Raw Woke. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, though. I really appreciate it. Who got that? Who got hit by the sub hammer? Yeah, no worries, Raw Woke. Yeah, have a good one. Does that mean you're over in the UK? I think based upon, like, time zones? Are you in the UK? I especially think so based on the Cheerio. Pip pip, Cheerio. Like, yeah, for sure. Isn't it? There you go. Yeah, right? You did that because you gained something, obviously. I'm kidding, by the way. Total joke. You only did that because you got the credit card points for it. I know, I'm kidding, by the way. Oh, do I need to, like, make up the AI stories? There we go. Yeah, all 3 cents of it, for sure. Nah, no worries there, Rawwoke. Cape Town, is that South Africa? Right? South Africa. South Africa. Alright, there we go. My accent's probably terrible. But yeah, no worries. So I didn't realize that you're basically on the same time zone as the UK. I haven't looked at that longitude before. That's interesting. So yeah, have a good night. Thank you for chilling. Appreciate you. And yeah, sorry for taking you out of context and misunderstanding it. At least part of that's on me. But yeah, have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. So, real quick, Azriel, Rahul's, Million My Wrist, Pythonic, ooh, okay, and Volky. Yeah, welcome. Enjoy the subs. Thank you again, Rawwoke, for those gifted subs. And yeah, we're at 7:30 p.m. and I'm enjoying streaming because I'm going to have 5 days off of streaming. 5 days in a row of me not streaming. It feels weird every time, doesn't it? Because I'm going to be over in Atlanta for the next week, from Monday through Friday. I'll be back here on Saturday. But yeah, right? Feels weird, doesn't it? Ugh. Exactly. I love streaming. I love hanging out with y'all. Like, it's my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. I'm not even kidding. I've heard people talk about like how they have to convince themselves to click that go live button. Actually have to do the opposite. On days that I end up having to do like work, I have to convince myself not to click the go live button. Now, technically, I actually just stream over on the other channel, so I still click that go live button. I look forward to doing it every day. Because this is just the best, isn't it? Yeah, so cool. We can hang out, we can chat, we can BS about some random stuff. I can get some open source contributions out there. Like I can help Open LLMetry actually make their TypeScript snippet work. It gets you pumped to write code? Yes! I'm not even doing it for that reason, it's just a bonus. I'm here because I want to stream, and then other people benefit from it because of it, right? It goes back to kind of what we were just talking about. You can help people by being selfish sometimes. That's the best kind of selfishness. So yeah, Cedric, how you doing? What you up to? Let me double check what we're doing here. We got that pushed up. I don't need this tab anymore. We do need the not Vapi server going. I'm gonna need to make sure I hide this screen and do some other stuff when we spawn that up again. But our next little bit, and it is 7:30 p.m. Ooh. We're gonna do a little bit of work here. I'm gonna say I got like another half hour in me because I need to eat some food. And I also actually need to finish some video editing tonight. Oh, I did hear about Civ 7. Yeah, Ethan, when that gets released, I'm gonna be taking 3 days off of streaming on this channel and probably not even sleeping while I play it on the other channel. Yeah. I love the Civilization games. I'm curious about how they're going to change up the mechanics. I still remember when they changed from like the square grid to the hex grid. It was an interesting change, but it makes sense to me. I still remember when they disallowed you stacking characters on a single like tile. Right? Not characters, but like units. That was actually really fun when you could have hundreds of units on a single tile. But I like the change for 1 unit per tile because it actually causes like more need for strategy instead of being able to just stack it. Yeah, I'm a huge Civilization fan. Massive. AC meaning Assassin's Creed? Like they're gonna remake the original Assassin's Creed? It makes sense because Ubisoft is creatively bankrupt at this point. Of course they're remaking Black Flag. They like money. Dude. Are we going to see another resurgence of the shanties on TikTok, etc.? I'm here for it. I fucking love the sea shanties in Black Flag. So good. Oh, so good. What do you do with a drunken sailor? Like, oh, I'm in for it. Oh, I'm looking forward to those memes. Let's make it happen. Yeah, the $120 edition to play 3 days early. Touche. Right? Also, with the $120 edition, you'll get 1 extra sea shanty. One extra mission. Yeah, exactly. Totally. Duh. What do you do with a drunken sailor? I'm like, oh, shit. All right, we're late enough into the stream.
Old Billy Riley was a dancing master. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy master of a droga. Old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley, master of a droga bound for Antigua. Old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley, master of a droga. Old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley has a nice young daughter. Old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley, old Missy Riley, little Missy Riley.
Hold on, let me see if I can find them. So that's the Billy Riley one. This next one is Bully in the Alley, Captain Kidd.
Old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Way up she rises.
The people in the background. Hey, hey. Like, dude, it's so good.
Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig
Until he's sober.
Put him in the brig until he's sober. Early in the morning. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Early in the morning.
Dude, so good. Hold on, so what's the one you want? Shipping up to Boston?
Listen to me, I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows, we're all
I don't see that one.
together, boys, blow ye winds westerly, blow
So hold on. Dropkick Murphys, and I'm good.
steady she goes.
Nah, I'm good. Hold on. Do we need to listen to some Bardcore? No, I think we're good now. We found it. We found it, right? Bardcore gets us where we need it. Yeah, we'll play that one here in a second, too. Many, 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 many men. Wish death upon me. So it's on YouTube. You can always do the !song command and get it. But yeah, this is actually my favorite Bardcore song so far. Oh, X Factor is so good. Yeah, it's so good. Oh, it's got lyrics? I want to avoid the ones without the lyrics, but we can do that one. What doth love? Wench don't hurt me? Lady Don't Hurt Me. There you go. Okay, that works. That works. Lady Don't Hurteth Me. Lady, thy woundest my heart. Oh, that's so good. I don't even really like the original of this song, but this one is so good. It's so good. Now, granted, like, obviously, this is 50 Cent's best song he's ever made, so I'll ship it for that one, but man. Right? It's, like, so melodic at this point. Got shot with 9 arrows and survived. There you go, exactly. Hell yeah. Alright, Beetle the Bardcore. Let's go find another one. What's the next Bardcore song we should listen to? If I can find it, you know. Hmm. Alright, let's try this one. Well, I find something else. It is! Oh, X Factor, you nailed it. That's one of the best parts. When I play a song, you have to actually guess what it is. And you fucking nailed it. You fucking nailed it. Hold on, let me grab a couple more. Handle.app? Never even heard of it. Dude, I got a bunch of these popped open already. Okay. Yeah, I think it's getting, like, into the good shit now. Alright, so I think I have enough. Oh, there's some of these I haven't heard yet. Okay, alright. 100 Bard chord tracks. Exactly, Warpine. Nailed it. Oh, shit. We got 2 of them playing at once. Sorry. Yeah, Mad World. You already caught it. Hold on. I bet it's better if we speed it up. This one kills it at 1.75. It's basically a shanty. Yeah. Dude, this is so good, sped up. And yeah, I think that was some Eminem that started playing like in the middle of it. Dude, so good. We're gonna go 1.5 on this one. Oh, I think 1.25. Anyone got a guess? You're right. Yep, this is Ring of Fire. ABBA? Alright. No judgment. Alright, it's alright. It's not great. Throw out your guess. Ooh, here's the thing. Owen, we were watching the movie Vibes yesterday with Cyndi Lauper and Jeff Goldblum. This actually sounds like a song that would have been in that movie. So you're like doubly correct on that one. A word? Yeah, an emote for the word vibes? I'm sorry. The only thing that would be acceptable is something related to the movie Vibes with Jeff Goldblum and Cyndi Lauper. I'm sorry. Like, yeah. You can propose anything you want. I'll just refund your channel points if it's not related to the movie Vibes. It's a good song. We can close it. Next one. What a wonderful world. Yeah, no, so yeah, that one's a little too obvious. You're totally right, Bystar. Yep. Oh, it's good. All right. Oh, was it? I didn't know that, Sergeant Pepper. I didn't know that. Really? Sure, man. Yeah, I love these bardcore songs, man. They're super good. Wait, who got auto-modded? My bad. Hold on. I don't think anyone got auto-modded. What did I miss? Yeah, no, I see it. This was an FU to the record label song. Like, yeah, no, that made it through. You're good. But yeah, I'm curious, like, how was it an FU? Right? Is it like the chorus? Like, hey, we got a new complaint? Oh, it said it in Post Your Message? I mean, it went through as far as I can see. Unless you did, like, another message. I'm gonna sing it note for note, don't worry. I'll be happy. Got some trouble. When you worry, you make it double. Don't worry. I'll be happy. Oh, they begged him for another Smells Like Teen Spirit, so he wrote Vape Me. Yes, I know the song you're talking about. And it has a similar chord progression. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, so that channel did, or that comment did get removed. You're right. Yeah, we didn't see that one. Most likely because you said the name of the song rather than the vape part. And yeah, like, no, that's a smart move on Twitch. No, they did, but for some reason, I still get Twitter.com. Because I'm just that cool, man. No, that's a fine one, but we're going to go back through our list. No, I get it, Insanity. Some of these actually need to be bumped up, though. Some of them are too slow. Like, they make it slower than the original. Yeah, I believe it's cookie related as well, because I've seen it in other cases where I actually do get redirected, but I've got a super old cookie that they're not clearing out. You might have heard it here, actually, Sergeant Pepper. Because, yes, I believe it's cookie related. And yeah, I don't know, not a big fan. Some of these don't need to be sped up, others do, because the version they do is slower than the original. Eh. Well, that's cheating there, Insanities. Come on. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You would have gotten it right here. But this is one that benefits from the 1.25, right? I'm not even a huge fan of the song, but this one's great. Nah, it's fine. No worries. And yeah, we're pretty much wrapping up stream. We're taking our sweet time. We're basically not getting any code done. I have some video editing I have to focus on tonight. So the next 4 hours are going to be me doing video editing. I don't know if I even have time for gaming tonight. We'll see. I gotta wake up at 5 a.m. to make my flight tomorrow, because it leaves at 7. I've got clear, so I can make it through, like, the baggage, like, the security, like, checkpoints quicker. So that's fine. But I still gotta wake up at 5 so I can shower and be ready to go. I gotta pack tonight, obviously. I gotta do some laundry, obviously. I'm fairly caught up on laundry, though, and I'm really proud of that. Boo doo 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 doo. We're gonna 1.25 this one too. Ooh, actually the 1.25 is too much. It is! No scrubs! Good ear! Insanities! Doom Dark Ages? No, I have not. What is that? I'd say if you want to recommend watching that over on Gaming Stream, we'll totally watch it. I'll save it for later, sure. I know. That should probably make it pretty obvious what song this is. This one's good. I like it. Alright, that one was quick. Alright, anyone got a guess? It might be obvious to some, but maybe not to everyone else. I'd like to welcome you all to the Wild Wild West. Yeah. It is, yeah. So Insanities, yes, it's California Love. Yeah, X Factor got it. California knows how to party. Right? Alright, so that was Fresh Prince. Sure, Lethal. You seem like a bot at this point. You got it there, Insanities, but this is the Kanye version. But tomato, tomato. Yeah, good ear. Good ear. Tomato, tomato. Alright, dude, it's 5 minutes long. Lethal, what does that have to do with what anyone here is talking about? If you want to get on a soapbox, start your own Twitch stream, man. It's fine, but it was out of nowhere. Like, there's zero context for the rant you're trying to go on right now. And the fact that you're not following, yeah, can we recognize that it seems like you're trying to troll us at this point? Little bit. Yeah, right? Reading the room is harder than hardware. And that's fine, but your lack of a follow betrays your actual intentions for chat. You're here to rile shit up. Right? That's all you're trying to do, Lethal. And I don't like it. If you were actually a consistent, cool member of the community, we would accept it. I don't know, you probably unfollowed at some point, but it betrays your intentions. It really does betray your intentions with what you're trying to do here in chat. Thank you for the follow. That will help at least establish our heuristics for determining if you are chatting in good faith. But also, the thing you just did was not chatting in good faith. So please, be cool, man. Be someone that you would want to talk to. I get it. I appreciate it. Thank you for understanding. Thank you. All right, anyone got a guess on the song? I'm not sure about that reference, Insanities. Ah, there you go. Bishtar got it. Bishtar got it. And to make your daughter cry. It really did. Yeah. Out of context, especially there, Lethal. For sure. That's my biggest point. It was out of nowhere with no context. In a lot of cases, when we have people trolling, that's a very common trait of their comments. So, I'm glad you are at least aware of understanding that, right? Your level of awareness about yourself is really cool, and I appreciate you. Thank you. That's awesome, man. Thank you. I am somewhat defensive about trolls in my chat, And yes, the lack of a follow is a heuristic I use. Does it mean it's always right? No. And you may have had a follow and you didn't even click unfollow, but Twitch does drop follows from time to time. Don't feel bad about that. So, again, I'm sorry for using that heuristic against you, but it's more accurate, right? Like, yeah, this troll, yeah, fuck off, buddy. Fuck off, buddy. Right? Like, you gotta recognize that we get trolls like this asshole. Account created 2 minutes ago. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a heuristic. Right? So I have heuristics that I use. Account created very recently. That's a heuristic. We have to use them, you know? Are they 100% accurate? No, that's what makes them heuristics. They are sometimes false. But yeah, that no-lifer, yeah, we can just ignore that. Their life is so sad, they have to create a brand new account just to say some toxic shit. I hope their life gets better. I feel bad for them. If that's the only way they can feel better about themselves, by shitting on other people, they're not in a good place. No, it's one of those things, Lethal. Again, I'm sorry. It's something I'm going to look at, especially when there is reason to do so because of an out-of-context comment, etc. And the thing to recognize is that Twitch has an eventual consistency database for these things, and every once in a while they drop a follow if you haven't chatted or been in a stream for a while. They do that. It's a thing. I totally get it. It's an anti-bot measure. It's totally a thing. So, I'm sorry that the heuristic called you out for that. My bad. Appreciate you. I saw you've chatted here enough that it did seem out of character. But at the end of the day, I gotta use my judgment, and I may have judged you wrong, so I'm sorry. I don't know that Big L song. 5 beats in 3.5 minutes for this artist. I'm gonna crank up the speed to 1.2. I don't think anyone's getting this. As a hip-hop artist, they are amazing. But they're definitely not like pop culture, so... yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna get who this is. And it's actually 5 of their songs kind of like mishmashed together. No, I get it. Thank you, Lethal. Thank you for being that, like, that self-aware. That's really awesome. So that was some MF Doom. Oh, MF Doom's great. Yeah, he's fucking awesome. Yeah. I like how they changed the title of this song. I don't know this song. I would not ever be able to guess this. Special Herbs? Okay. I could check it out at some point. We'll see. This is not a song I would typically listen to, so I would never guess this one. All right, any guessers? I want to like work through the rest of these because I want to eat some food and I got some video editing to do. The highlight guys are probably bummed on the fact that I still haven't actually like handed off some videos for them. So this is Go On Dirt Your Shoulder Off. It's Dust Your Shoulder Off, right? Medieval Eminem. Now, so that was the last of it. All right, so we worked through it. I think we're good to go. Many Men is still like my favorite bardcore song. It's so good. Like, and it's so much better than the original somehow. Like, yeah, like it's way better. Like, yeah. So, Many Men is my favorite Beetle the Bardcore song. There's a bunch of other bardcore artists too, but yeah, they're great. Hold on, real quick. So you got an idea for a product for the guitar, but there's a patent that is similar. Ooh, that sucks. Automated and more realistic. Created a workaround. Photos patent. You're gonna deploy it when you're done. Sounds cool, man. Yeah, let us know when you got something you want to show off. Happy to check it out. But we're at the point, it's 8 p.m. I'm going way later than I intended, which is fine, because I won't be able to see y'all till next Saturday, because I'm going to be at Render ATL. So, in the meantime, find some other streams you enjoy, and I will happily see you on Saturday. I'll probably stream that same Sunday following, just because, why wouldn't I? Because I'd missed y'all. And then, yeah, regular streams shall commence starting Saturday, etc. So in the meantime, we got to figure out who we go raid. Who's even going right now? Who should we hang out with? Let me do a refresh because it says Time is still streaming. No, she isn't. Remember to grab some Jenny's ice cream. I'm not much of an ice cream person. It's actually not something I do. Ooh, we see Blaze Bits going, who's awesome. We see Genso, who we haven't seen for ages. I see Matisse Tech. We raided Het Tanis just recently. Denny Sim's going and killing it. She's got a birthday coming up, but today's not her birthday. So I'm thinking we go raid Blaze Bits. Hack the planet. Hacker Q&A. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go say hi. Did I just see... Oh, he raided us 21 hours ago. Perfect stream for us to go raid and pay it back. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah. My bad. That's why his name looked familiar. There we go. So we're going to go raid Blaze Bits. He is a InfoSec streamer. He fucking kills it. He is doing some Hack the Planet Hacker Q&A and Red Team Ops, and he's doing some stuff. So let's go see what he's up to. Let's go hang out. Let's chat. Thank you all for being here for my last day for 5 days. I'll see you next Saturday. And look forward to at least some of the tweets and stuff I'll do while I'm out at Render ATL. I leave tomorrow morning real early, so that'll be fun. And, yeah. Have a great rest of your day. I'll be over on Gaming Stream, probably doing some video editing for the majority of the night. If I can finish up in time for some gaming, I will play some games, but that is a caveat. That is like an edge case. And he just got a raid from Salty Demon. He's getting another raid from us right now. People over on YouTube and Algora, thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to end those streams now, though. So cheers. Have a great rest of your night.